Good morning, good morning. Good morning, good morning. Anyway, good morning. Hey, Sherry and Henny, how are you guys? Looks like it's us three. But, kiddo went to school today. She happily got up this morning and went to school. So that's the best yay of the day. I'm excited for that. I'm also excited to get to this trial. However, did anybody happen to peek in on that baby cult murder trial that started yesterday? If you did, then you recognized a lot of faces. That trial is in the very same court as the Melody Walker Ferris trial. One of the prosecutors is the same prosecutor, not the female one, but the male, the one with the lighter hair. I can't remember his name, Mr. Fogus, something like that. One of the cops was the same. Hey, Donnie, good morning. One of the cops was the same. The same chairs. I noticed the chairs were the same. It may even be the very same courtroom. I'm not positive. But you're just putting your eyeballs in. Good morning, Patricia. Good morning. And then the digital forensics chick that came into the Melody Walker Ferris trial at the end that they kind of swooped in, the one with the long brown hair. She was on the stand. Yeah. A lot of the same people. I saw the prosecutor come in the door and I was like, is that him? And then I was like, sure. And then I started paying attention. I was like, is that the... And then they started saying like Cherokee County. And I was like, aha, same place. So it was kind of cool to see, some of the same people on a different trial. It was pretty interesting. That trial, I will say, is horrific. The story with that. Honestly, I got it. Started watching it last night and finished it today. I skipped through some of it. Thankfully, they don't show very many. They didn't. We could hear the body cam and the 911 calls, but we didn't see anything. Thank God. Hearing it was enough. But anyway, if that's something that you guys are, if you have extra time on your hands, you can watch that one too, especially to go peep in on some of the people that we're used to seeing on our televisions and phones and things. Good morning, Miss King. Kiddo is at school. Yes, kiddo is at school. She was raring to go. However, she did not want to take her medicine this morning. Today's the last day of her antibiotic. She would not take it this morning. She's supposed to take it twice a day. So the only thing I know to do is get it in her as soon as she gets home and then give her another dose before she goes to bed. I mean, I don't like doing them that close together. I'm sure it might upset her little belly, but she's got to have them. So, but yeah, this morning it was, and she's gotten better about taking her medicine every day. But first thing in the morning, she was like, no, I ain't having it. Nope. And I was not about to fight with her. So sometimes you have to pick and choose your battles, right? I've learned that over the years. Okay, let's go ahead and get started with day 3. I don't know if we finished day 2 out. Does anybody else? See, I don't remember if we even finished day 2 or if I cut day 2. Good morning, India. Can somebody refresh my recollection on that? Do we need to start on day 2? Like half day? I don't remember. Mhm. Dun, 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 dun. Need to start after lunch, Jenny, on day 2, Henny? Is that yeah, okay. Okay. All right. I was thinking, I was like, wait a minute, did we even finish day 2? Okay, day 2 after lunch. All right. Hey, Morgana. Hello. Good morning, dear. Good morning. All right, let me remove that. Let me go back and find day 2. Day 2. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Day 2, day 2, day 2, day 2, day 2. Okay, here's day 2. Open sesame. Okay, after lunch. Okay, I remember the mom's testimony. We talked about how good that was. All right, let me get to the right spot. All right, now I'll share. This tab instead. And yeah, I'm glad somebody remembered too, because when I've got it in the title day 3, but it's going to include day 2. Sorry, but I couldn't remember. Too many days have passed, to be honest. But now looking back on it, I do remember seeing Mom. The mom. All right. Let me put it on. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to click there and do 1.25. All right. There's that clock. Half the people love the clock and half the people are scared of the clock. Oh, this judge. I remember this judge. He was a very nervous, handsy judge.
All right, we're back on the record in FECR 153477. Welcome back. So when we left off, the state was conducting its direct examination of Ms. Hoffman. Ms. Hoffman, you're still under oath, and Mr. Maybanks, you can continue your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Megan, a couple questions before we go back to where we left off here.
I saw something about that, Morgana, but I'm not sure what it was even. I don't even know what the motions hearing is about. Do you know what time it is and what it's in regards to? India's watching the hearing of Paul Senior. I know, I saw that one too. There's so many trials that have started just within the last couple of days. It's like they're everywhere. They're everywhere.
Okay. What kind of vehicle did you know the defendant to drive at the time this all happened in February of 2024?
It was a little bit older, dark blue Honda, I think, Accord.
Okay. And because I don't know that we
Okay,
got an
Morgana.
answer for the record here, I asked you before the lunch break.
I'll have to catch up on it later.
To your knowledge, Melody had any other boyfriends at the time that message was sent back on January 7th?
No, she did not.
So we're going to pick back up here with some exhibits, and I'm going to ask to show the witness State's Exhibit number 10E2 for identification. Do you see that?
Yes.
And Megan, what is depicted in State's Exhibit 10E2?
It is a picture of Melody's phone laying on something, a table or something. And she has, it appears to be, there's a map showing. I can't decipher what app it is, but.
And did you have a chance to, look at Melody's phone once you recovered it?
I did a little bit.
How do you know this is Melody's phone?
Her picture is on this map as her little, I don't know what that's called, icon. I do believe this is like 360, but I can't tell because of this broken monitor.
Move to enter states 10E2, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 10E2 is admitted.
Permission to publish.
Publishing now.
Okay, Megan, now we're looking at State's Exhibit 10E2 here. Is this the picture of Melody's phone that you were just describing for us?
Yes.
And you said this looks like it might be some kind of map, app, or function in her phone.
Yes.
Are you able to recognize what app this is?
I'm not an Apple user. I'm an Android user, so they look a little different from device to device, but
Right about in the bottom middle there, it says search maps on that, right?
I can't see it. Oh, search maps, okay.
Thank you,
Did,
Morgana.
Melody have an iPhone?
She did.
Okay. Does this look like the map function on the iPhone, potentially?
Yeah.
Now, this has an indication on a Morgan Creek Park, so what did that tell you when looking at this exhibit?
That she was near Morgan Creek Park or had been there recently or, yeah, I'm not.
And is this what came up on her phone as far as the map function when you would tap on it?
I'm not sure that I tapped on it that night. I was more trying to figure out who she was with. Because I had all the map locations on my phone from the Life 360 and the other things.
Okay, thank you, Megan, appreciate it. Moving on, then, I think we were talking before the break about you watching her path of travel. Then we had the exhibit from Life 360 that showed that she went to Morgan Creek, Cherry Hill, Morgan Creek, and that kind of loop, right? Okay, so after being in the area of Morgan Creek, were you able to watch and track where she moved from there, where her phone moved?
Came back to Marion.
And do you remember what location of Marion it came back to?
Close to our apartment, but an apartment complex a little bit away from us.
You remember what street that was on?
Can't recall the street name.
Is there a street near your apartment complex called Meadowview Drive?
Yes, yes, right off of East Post Road.
And is there an apartment complex in approximately the 1400 block of Meadowview Road?
Yes,
Sorry, Meadowview Drive. Is that-
yes,
And is that the location where you saw then her phone and presumably her then proceed to?
yes.
You kind of touched on it, but why is that the 1400 block of Meadowview Road Drive and the apartment complex? Why is that significant? How close is that to your house?
A couple blocks, a block. The size of the blocks over there are strange, so.
So she's, at this point in time, she's about a couple blocks away from your house.
Yeah,
And based on your then watching her location and moving that time, did she stay or did it appear that her phone stayed in that area for some period of time?
yes,
Did she make contact with you at that time or did you make contact with her?
yes.
And you remember how she reached out to you?
I think it was via Snapchat.
Previously in the evening you had spoken via text,
Yep,
message via text, right?
correct.
But this message came in Snapchat?
Yes.
Do you remember approximately what time this conversation with Melody via Snapchat occurred?
What time it started? Probably around the 1 o'clock hour, maybe a few minutes after.
Here I'd like to present to the witness State's Exhibits C1 through C4.
Counsel, is that the correct number?
Yeah, 10C1, sorry, I forgot the 10. Yeah. You see that?
I do.
Megan? And do you recognize what's contained in State's Exhibits 10C1 through 10C4?
Yep,
Is this screenshots of your conversation that you had with, who you believe to be Megan on Snap, or Melody on Snapchat?
I do believe it was Melody on Snapchat.
Move to enter States C1 through C4.
Is that 10C?
10C1 through 10C4.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
10C1 through 10C4 are admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Publishing now.
Before we get into these messages, I want to ask you, Megan, while you were talking with her, were you still confirming her location as previously noted at being on the apartment complex on Meadowview Drive?
I was.
So starting here, this appears to be a screenshot where the conversation is taking place between Mel, the only one that matters. Tell us about that.
My child is the only one that matters.
Is that what you called her on Snapchat?
It was.
And then that conversation took place between you and then Mel.
Yeah,
So on here where it says me, that's you?
correct.
You okay?
I am.
Okay. So it starts with Mel saying, "I'm on my way." See that?
I do.
Okay. And what did you say then after that?
Correction, I am the one, wait, I'm sorry. Okay, she said, I am on my way. I said, all right.
And then she says, "Can you leave the door unlocked for me?"
Turn on your location. I'll get up and open it.
That question, "Can you leave the door unlocked for me?" Is that something that Mel would normally ask you?
Typically, no, because she was very responsible about making sure she had her key, and like she wouldn't have just said, leave the door unlocked. She would have said, I'm home, come open the door.
So you say in response to that, "Turn your location on, I'll get up and open it." So what had happened at that point in time then, from where you had been watching your location to you asking her to turn it on?
Somebody shut it off.
So at some point in time, either when this conversation started or during this conversation, the location on Melody's phone turned off so you couldn't watch it anymore?
Correct.
So after you said, "I'll get up and open it," Mel says, "Okay," and then she said, "I'm down the street." What did you say in response to that?
It's open. Why are you down there?
So notably, I just want to ask, when Mel says, "I'm down the street," does she write like that usually or talk like that usually?
No.
So you ask, "Why are you down there?" And then Mel says, "Seeing a friend." And what was your response to that, if you can see it?
No.
Okay. And then I think we can go to State's Exhibit C2, or 10C2, I forget to say 10. So after you say no, then Mel says, "I'm literally coming." How do you respond to that?
Good?
And then it looks like you maybe give her some motherly-like directions there.
Absolutely.
All right. What did you tell her?
Get out of their apartment's parking lot. You will get charged with trespassing, especially at 1 a.m.
And then she says in response to that, "I'm not trespassing. We are literally just sitting in the car and talking." See that?
Yes.
And how did you respond to that?
Yeah, on their property.
Is this kind of a conversation that you might have with her, you think? Trying to explain to her?
Kind of.
And then it says, "My friend stays here. That's why." That's what looks like Mel says here. And how do you respond to that?
The landlord won't care who the F you are or who you know. Just get your butt back here so we can go to bed. You can call and talk. Hello?
And so somewhere in there, when you say, "Get your butt back here so we can go to bed," why did you say you can call and talk? Is there a break in
Because-
there?
Earlier, she had said that they're just sitting out and talking.
So are you telling her to call you then?
Like she can call him and talk to him.
Okay, gotcha. And so why at the end here did you say hello?
Because there was a huge time delay in between the responses of messages.
Normally when you're talking to Melody, does she respond pretty quickly after?
Immediately.
When you're in a conversation?
Immediately.
Okay, and so we see the beginning of another message here, so we're going to go ahead and switch to 10C3 here. Look at that. So at the top of that, we see the continuation there of what you're telling Melody. You can call and talk and hello, and then it looks like, well, tell us what's depicted here.
It's a video. She had posted it to her story sometime before this message was sent to me. I watched it, I was talking to her anyway. I seen her like listening to music, sitting in the backseat of a car. And it was that night.
So she's sending you, was this a video that was encrypted in this? Or?
Yes, it's a video.
So obviously we can't see the video portion, but this is a snapshot of what at least the title of the video looked like?
Yes.
Okay. What's it say?
Late night vibes.
So this is something you had seen earlier on her Snapchat story?
Yes.
All right. We'll go ahead and go down here, and you respond to that by telling her what?
Turn it back on.
What are you talking about?
Her location.
So the location hadn't been turned back on at that point in time.
No.
And then you said,
I already seen it.
are you talking about already seeing
The video.
and then what do you tell her?
The door is locked. Text me when you're coming in.
Previously, it looked like that she had asked you to unlock the door. You're telling her it's locked now, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so you're telling her to go ahead and text you when she gets there and wants to be let inside.
Yes.
So after that, it looks like, what do you say next?
Hey,
And why are you saying that?
because there's another significant time delay and I haven't heard from her.
And then, I don't know if you can see it or not, but you say one more thing on the bottom of this one.
Hello?
Okay, now we're going to go to State's Exhibit 10C4. After you said hello, after that break, it looks like we see a missed call, or at least a couple missed calls. What's going on there?
I'm trying to get a hold of her.
For people who might not have Snapchat, is there a function you can use to call somebody on Snapchat?
You can call or video message or, yeah, it works just like a phone,
Okay. All right. And you tried to do that 3 times?
at least.
The answer?
No.
And she didn't answer.
She didn't answer.
Okay, I think that's all we have for State's Exhibits 10C1 through 10C4 for now. Now I'm going to ask to show you another exhibit, State's Exhibit number 10E1. Do you see State's Exhibit number 10E1?
I do.
And what is that?
It's another picture of Melody's phone laying on something of the Life 360 app and one of our groups that we had.
And is this essentially a screenshot of the Life 360 app and some information on Melody's location?
Yes.
Move to enter States 10E1 and publish, Your Honor.
Any objection to 10E1?
No objection, Your Honor.
10E1 is admitted. Publishing now.
Megan, States Exhibit number 10E1 is now published here. Is this a picture of Melody's phone in that Life 360 app?
Yes.
Or is this your phone? I'm sorry.
Nope.
It's yours?
It's hers.
Okay. And this is some kind of group you guys were in?
Yes.
All right, we got Deb and Marcella in there. Who are they?
Deb is my mom. Marcella is my grandma.
So you're all watching each other's locations, or you can track each other, right?
Yes.
And here in the middle, it shows you at Castle de la Hoffman, right?
Correct.
And it says since 5:40 a.m. yesterday, so that just shows where you've been during this time.
That was taken Sunday afternoon because I had left and then I went back home for a little bit.
So when you say yesterday,
Oh, yeah.
this refers to, what, Sunday morning? then?
Yes, 5:40 Sunday morning is what, yes. That's
So then we have Melody here. And for Melody, it says location permissions off since 1:17 a.m. yesterday. What does that indicate?
somebody shut her location off at 1:17 a.m.
And that's 1:17 a.m. on Sunday morning.
Sunday morning.
And was that during the same time you were having this conversation with who you thought was Melody, at least on Snapchat?
Yes.
And this would have been that time you were addressing with Melody's Snapchat account, who you thought was Melody, the location being turned off and telling her to turn it back on.
Correct.
Back to this, okay, I think we're done with this now. Thanks, Judge. Back to this video that you saw on Snapchat, the late night vibes. Remember that?
Yes.
You said you saw that previous in the night, right?
Yes.
Do you remember approximately the time you saw it?
In the 12 o'clock hour sometime?
Was it pretty early in the night?
Yes.
If the records showed around 11:40 p.m., would you have any reason to doubt that?
Absolutely not.
Your Honor, we previously submitted as an exhibit or presented as an exhibit to the defense states exhibit number 10I. It's a video. Have you had a chance to review this video before of the late night vibes?
Yes.
Okay. Did that appear to be a fair and accurate copy of the posting that Melody put on her story?
Yes.
Move to enter and publish states number 10I. Your Honor.
Any objection to 10I?
One moment, please, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
10I is admitted. Tell me when you're ready.
We're ready when you are, Judge.
You can publish.
Will you give the license?
video you saw on Snapchat story?
Yes, it was.
Is that your daughter Melody?
It is.
What's it appear she's doing there?
Singing along to a song that she don't know the words to.
Wasn't doing too bad. Is that the video you saw earlier in the night?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks, Your Honor. So we talked about it a little bit, but at the time you were conversing with, the Snapchat Melody there, did you have any reason at the time to believe you weren't speaking to anyone but Melody?
No.
Has that feeling changed since then?
Yes.
Why?
After reviewing it and not being like worked up because I was mad that she wasn't home, that's just not how she talked. If you remember earlier on, instead of saying I know, she would say IK or abbreviate stuff, and the last set of messages were more spelled out.
So it's not the type of syntax or way that Melody would speak via text message or electronic messages?
No.
After this conversation with who you thought was Melody at the time, did you speak with her again?
No.
Moving on, what notification did you end up getting on your phone then at a later date?
She had set up for people of her choosing as an Apple SOS message that would detect an impact. So I received a text message around 3 a.m. that there was an impact detected. 3:13 a.m. to be exact.
And I think we saw a little bit of that earlier, right? When we were showing the exhibits, that it came to your text message?
Possibly, yeah. Oh, yeah.
And your recollection is that detection, that alert to you as a person selected by Melody as an emergency alert came to your phone at 3:13 a.m.?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd like to present to the witness State's Exhibit number 10D. You see State's Exhibit number 10D?
I did.
And what does that depict?
The SOS message that Apple automatically sends out once it detects a crash.
Move to enter State's Exhibit 10D, Your Honor.
Any objection to 10D?
No, Your Honor.
Exhibit 10D is admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Publishing now.
So we're looking again at picture of this SOS message that came into your phone via text message. Is that right, Megan?
Correct.
And then the time down there says, as you testified to today, 3:13 a.m.
Yes.
And is there an indication of a location through the Apple Maps here of where Melody's phone was?
Yes.
And can you just describe to us what we're looking at here?
It's where the crash was detected. I'm not sure what their exact criteria are to say a crash was detected. It's pinpointing a location on the on-ramp to Highway 100 off of East Post Road, or off of Edgewood Road, I'm sorry.
So this is the on-ramp into Highway 100 from northbound Edgewood Road, is that correct?
Say that one more time.
So we see Edgewood Road going north,
Okay,
and then is that the on-ramp onto Highway 100?
correct.
When you received this message and you were able to see this location, what did you do next?
I didn't immediately react. Melody had set up Daisy, her aunt, also to receive these messages. She immediately contacted me and said that her and her husband were going out to the site to see if there was an accident.
Okay. And who's her husband?
Colby?
And so, to your knowledge, did Colby and Daisy then go out to this site to see if there was an accident out there?
Yes, they did.
What was your thought at this time when you saw this and called Colby and Daisy into action?
They actually called me saying that they were already in action, so I tried to stay at home and stay as calm as I could, knowing that they're reliable sources and they would let me know if I need to come out. And
Did Colby and Daisy then contact you?
they did.
And was that contact made while they were actively looking for this crash?
I think they had already gotten to the crash site and they called and said, there's no crash here. Again, at 3:13 a.m. or by 3:45 when they got there. Very dark, very quiet. You would have definitely seen a crash.
So Colby and Daisy went out to the site, they said there was no crash out there. Are you still at home at that time?
I am.
Now, you testified earlier that you had been watching Melody's movement that night, and she had been at Morgan Creek and Cherry Hill Park and those things like that, and that you had an idea that she may have been with the defendant, right?
Correct.
Did you reach out to the defendant?
I did.
How did you reach out to him?
Via Facebook Messenger.
All right, we'd like to present to the witness State's Exhibit number 10L. You see State's Exhibit number 10L?
I did.
State's Exhibit number 10L, what does that depict?
The very first part is way back on January 7th when he's telling me that he's there to pick up his items. And I said, okay, and then I proceeded to take them out to him. The next message I sent him was February 18th at 3:39 a.m. asking him,
Oh, go ahead. Yeah,
asking him if Melody was with him.
does this exhibit contain a fair and accurate depiction of the conversation that you ended up having with him?
Yes.
Move to enter State's Exhibit number 10L.
Any objection to 10L?
No objection, Your Honor.
10L is admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Publishing now.
And so we're looking at State's Exhibit 10L here, Megan. You indicated that January 7th, 2024 is when Mr. Louisma had picked up the property from you, and this was the end of that conversation, right?
Correct.
So it looks like the two of you didn't speak on Facebook Messenger from January 7th to February 18th?
Correct.
And then February 18th at 3:39 a.m., you're sending him a message via Facebook Messenger. Can you read that?
Yes.
Be able to see it?
Okay. Yeah, there you go.
And so what did you send to him?
Hey, is Mel with you? I need to talk to her now.
And it looks like there's an indication of an audio call. What's that?
I tried to call him because there's a time gap in between the no, not too much of a time gap there, but I didn't get a response right away.
Okay, so at 3:39 a.m., you messaged him and you tried to call him a couple minutes later.
Correct.
And yeah, you can call on Facebook too, just like Snapchat.
Exactly.
Okay. So going down here at 3:56 a.m., does he respond to you?
Yes.
What's he say?
No, she's not with me.
And then what did you say in response to that?
Can you try and get a hold of her? I got a notification she was in a crash. Her phone called the cops too.
Did Mr. Louisma respond to that immediately?
Nope.
And then on February 18th, 2024 at 9:44 a.m., there's another entry as well. I think we can keep scrolling here.
Yeah.
What's that next entry at 9:44 a.m.?
Have you seen Mel? I still can't find her.
Now we're up to 9:44 a.m. here. At 9:44 a.m. on February 18th, 2024, obviously you hadn't found her yet, right?
Correct.
Did you know where she was still?
No.
Where were you think, when you sent that message?
Driving back into Marion.
We'll get to kind of what you did in a second here when we get done talking about these conversations. So then we jump to 10:46 a.m. and you send another message to Mr. Louisma. What'd you say?
Was Mel with you last night till about 1, then you dropped her off? I have her phone and I'm going to call the cops very soon if I don't hear from her.
So why did you ask Mr. Louisma if Mel was with him last night until about 1?
Because she was back in our neighborhood?
So that's why you chose 1 o'clock, like
Yeah.
thinking that last time you saw her, or last time you had talked to her and saw her location at least,
was like
around
1:17.
1 o'clock. Yeah. And then you tell him that you have her phone and you're going to call the cops very soon if you don't hear from her. Why'd you tell him that?
Maybe if he would have relayed that to her, she would have been like, oh shit, mom's scared.
Okay. You thought maybe he could help you.
I thought if he was in contact with her and she was hiding out or something for some reason that, no, mom's being serious.
At this point in time, had you found Melody's phone?
Yes,
But you still didn't know where she was.
correct.
And then how does Mr. Louisma respond?
She wasn't with me. What's going on?
How did you respond to that?
At all? Do you have any friends that live close to us that you can check with to see if she's there?
Now, you're asking him if he has any friends that live close to us. Is that because, again, the last time you had seen her location was kind of nearby you?
Because she was at the apartment complex and I knew she didn't know anybody in the neighborhood.
How did Mr. Louisma respond to that?
No, BC, she never tells me to.
Sorry, I had to stop for just a second. That right there, that message where he says no, because whenever she tells me to come over, I tell her, am not coming over. That proves to me it's the same sort of way of talking in the previous text messages that were supposedly from Mel on Snapchat or wherever those were at earlier. Just thought I'd mention that. I noticed it.
Whenever she tells me to come over, I tell her I'm not coming over without you knowing and you being there.
Now, when you read that, it says no BC, what's happening?
I would guess because.
No, because whenever she tells me to come over, I tell her I'm not coming over.
Not coming over.
Okay, let's keep going in the conversation here. And then he replies, it looks like, to, do you have any friends that live close to us that you can check with to see if she is there? And what's he say?
I don't actually.
And then how do you respond to that?
And I know you have been here. I have seen you on the camera. That's besides the point. Did you talk to her last night, late at all?
And so that conversation with Mr. Louisma then, looks like that ends around that time. That would have been started around 9:46 or so a.m. if you went back. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so let's talk about what you had done up to 9:46 a.m. So we had left off with Colby and Daisy went out to try to find the accident. Didn't find an accident. You were still at home. What did you do after that?
They told me that they were going back home. And I, the uneasy mom, was like, well, maybe she set her phone on the top of the car that she was in and it fell off. Okay, I'm going to go out there. I can't sleep anyway.
Right.
So I went out there, and it was around 4 o'clock in the morning, 4:30 maybe, but this time I can't really remember. Very dark, very quiet, hardly any traffic at all. So I got near that location that you've seen on the map, and I shut my car off, parked on the shoulder, turned my hazards on, and I had my window cracked a little bit because it was cold out. Car's not running, radio's not on. And so I had taken her tablet with me and I connected her iPad tablet to my hotspot. I could send the notification, like find my phone notification or send an alarm from her iPad account to her phone. So I did that. I'm sitting on the side of the road. I kept doing that over and over. And I was like, I think I'm hearing things. So I rolled down the windows a little bit more. And I was like, no, I definitely hear an alarm. So then I rolled my window all the way down and I was like leaning towards it and no, there's an alarm there. There's for sure an alarm. So I get out of my car. I have my headlights on. I have my flashers on still. It's safely parked on the side of the road. And I start to walk down the on-ramp. The sound's getting louder and louder. And then pretty soon I can see a glow. And it lights up and it lights up. I get up to it and it's a phone laying face down on the white striped line.
So it was actually on the roadway?
Yes.
Is that a yes?
On the enter ramp onto Highway 100.
So when you say white line, it's one of those white lines, it's kind of the marks the lane?
Yes,
Okay.
the lane marking road.
In what position was the phone in?
Face down?
Could you see the light coming from it still? Even
Yes.
though it was face down?
Yes. It was like glowing off of the white line.
So did you know you had found Mel's phone?
Yeah.
So what time was that, you think?
Maybe 4:45.
What did
Very
you
early.
notice immediately about her phone when you picked it up?
Before I ever picked it up, I noticed there was no phone case on it.
Why did that stick out to you?
I had always bought Mel's phones, and I've always threatened her that if she broke her phone, because she didn't have a phone case on it, I wasn't buying another one.
So as a mom, you're thinking automatically, no phone case.
Absolutely. She was strict about always having a phone case on because she knew I wouldn't buy another one.
So the phone was obviously still had power.
It did have power.
All right. Did you look at the phone then?
I did.
Okay. Was that when you looked for any calls or messages or anything like that, or was that late?
At first, I was very careful. The whole back of the phone was shattered. Like glass shards sticking out of it, not just dropped it on the floor. It clearly was broken really bad. I picked it up quickly, kind of scrolled. The front screen was broke a little bit, but you could still use it, you could still see. I went to like
Hey,
text
sweet
messages, I went to
Gil.
Snapchat, I
Hi.
went to Facebook Messenger. I think I even tried Instagram, like, I'm not an Instagram user. I have an account, but that's because she set it up. But I tried everything that I would know that she would be talking to somebody on, and there was nothing. There was stuff that I had sent to her, but that was it.
So nothing that indicated any conversations with anybody through these apps or through a text from the night of February 17th into the morning of February 18th?
Correct. I didn't see anything.
So what did you do after that?
After when?
After you found her phone?
I think I went back home to see if she showed up at home yet. I grabbed a clear phone case and stuck on her phone because she had a whole bunch of them in her room. And I didn't want the phone falling apart. And then I stayed there, tried to stay calm and see if she'd show up. She never did. Eventually, I drove back out to the location where I found her phone to see if her phone case was out there because I thought it was really suspicious that she didn't have a phone case on her phone. It was daylight now. I drove out there, same place I found her phone. I looked around. I even went like, the on-ramps kind of merge weird right in that area. I went over to the other, I think it's an on-ramp, looked there too to see, maybe it bounced. Looked kind of down in the grassy area. It wasn't there. It was nowhere to be found.
So you didn't find her phone case when you went back out there?
Correct.
And approximately what time do you think that was?
Maybe pushing 8 o'clock-ish. I really don't remember the time. I know that it was
After you
daylight.
went back out to the scene, where'd you go after that?
I think I called my mom, and I was like, I had gotten a notification that my mom had left her house. And I said, hey, smell over there? She's like, I don't know, go look. Because I knew the pin to get in her house, and her dogs wouldn't, they know me. I lived there for 4 years, or 5, I can't remember. But I don't know, go look, we're not home right now, is what she said. So I was like, okay. So I went to my mom's house. My mom has a finished basement that has bedrooms down there. I went and looked around. I opened every single door in the entire house. Mel wasn't there.
So she's not at her grandma's house then?
Not at her grandma's.
Are you starting to get more concerned then?
Yeah.
What did you do next?
I think I drove through Marion, and I think I went to the police station.
And sometime in there is when you reached out to the defendant around 9:46 a.m., right?
Correct.
Okay. So you had her phone at that point in time, but you still didn't know where she was.
Correct.
And then at February 18th at 11:43 a.m., it looks like an unsent message. Do you remember that?
I don't, but the Marion Police Department at some time from the time that I got there until the time that we were notified that she was deceased, they had my phone.
Okay. So by February 18th, 2024, did you still have your phone at 3:11 p.m.?
No, I don't think I had it.
So tell us about when you found out that she was deceased. Were you at the Marion Police Department?
I was.
And as you sit here now, do you remember when you talked to a police officer? About what time?
So I went to the police department around 10:30, 10:45, 10 o'clock hour sometime. And I said I'm here to report a missing person. And they took me into a little room, and I filled out a whole bunch of paperwork, and I was in there for 2+ hours.
You remember talking to a Marion police officer, like a uniformed officer?
Yes.
If the uniformed officer's report said it was right around noon when he took the report for you, does that sound about right?
Yes.
So what we saw in this exhibit here earlier, there are the conversations where the messages sent by you to Mr. Louisma, were those sent by law enforcement?
Yes.
That wasn't you.
That wasn't me.
When were you notified that she was deceased then?
Seriously, that day is such a blur.
Sure.
Can't give you a time period. I know that I was downstairs for 2+ hours. Daisy came, brought me a phone charger. Shortly after that, and at this time, they had already had my phone, and she gets there with the charger, and I'm like, I don't need that now. Like, I don't even have my phone with me. We were escorted, her and I were escorted upstairs into a conference room where we were introduced to Ryan with DCI, and we were introduced to Police Chaplain Matt.
So is that when Ryan, so Special Agent Kedley, is that right?
Yes,
Is that when he advised you that Melody's body had been found?
yes.
So in the days, hours and days after that, when Melody's disappearance and homicide was being investigated, were you contacted by Special Agent Kedley at any point in time or points in time to identify objects?
Yes.
Do you remember what he showed you?
Yes.
And what did he show you?
Melody's phone case.
Anything else?
Are you talking specifically that day or like in order?
Other days, so we'll, yeah, first that day and then in the following.
I was asked to positively identify, if I could, a piece of her shirt and also her glasses.
I want to present to the witness for identification, State's Exhibit number 10F, Your Honor. You see State's Exhibit number 10F?
I do.
What's depicted in that exhibit?
Melody's phone case.
Move to enter State's Exhibit number 10F, Your Honor.
Any objection to 10F?
No objection, Your Honor.
10F is admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
10F is published.
Is this, what is this picture of?
Melody's phone case?
Is this the phone case that she had on her phone when she left your residence the late night of February 17th, 2024?
Yes.
Is this the phone case you were looking for out on Collins Road and Edgewood Road?
Yes.
And how was this phone case, this picture presented to you?
Without a phone in it?
Did Special Agent Kedley show you this picture?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the purpose of him showing you this picture?
I do believe that they recovered it.
Were you able to identify to Special Agent Kedley that this was Melody's phone case?
Yes.
Now we'd like to present to the witness for identification, Your Honor, State Exhibit 10G. You see that?
I do.
So not that day, but in the following day or two, were you also sent a picture of a pair of glasses by Special Agent Kelly?
Yes.
Is that what's depicted in State's Exhibit number 10G?
Yes.
And you recognize those glasses?
I do.
Whose glasses are they?
Melody's.
Move to enter State's Exhibit number 10G, Your Honor.
Any objection to 10G?
No objection, Your Honor.
10G is admitted.
Permission to publish.
10G is published.
Is this the picture that Special Agent Kelly sent to you of the glasses you identified as Melody's?
Yes.
And did you tell Special Agent Kelly that you were positive these were Melody's glasses?
Yes.
You recognize them by the style of the glasses?
I ordered them off of Zenny for her.
I'm sorry.
I ordered them off of Zenny for her.
Okay, and I think we see that on there, that it says Zenny in there, right?
Correct.
Okay. And did you do some verification then with your order information that these were indeed the glasses?
I did.
Okay. So you have any doubt in your mind these are Melody's glasses?
No doubt at all.
Okay, I'd like to present to the witness State's Exhibit number 6N. Already been received in evidence, I guess, I think. One second, Your Honor. I'm going to correct myself, and we'd like to show, and I guess republish, since it's already in evidence, State's Exhibit number 60.
Publishing 6U.
Do you recognize what's in State's Exhibit number 6U?
I do.
What is that?
Melody's necklace.
For the record, this is an exhibit that was introduced through Deputy Mark Teat, photographed at Lily Pond, that we're looking at here. What was contained on this necklace, if anything?
Her sister's ashes.
Did she have a sister that passed away?
She does.
Did she keep them in a locket,
Exactly like this one.
like the one you have? Was that ever recovered and returned to you?
No.
Thank you, Your Honor. Megan, on February 18th, 2024, did you know a man by the name of Dakota Van Patten?
Never heard the name.
Did you know a man by the name of Logan Kempton?
Never heard the name.
To your knowledge, were either of these men friends with Melody Hoffman?
No.
On February 18th, 2024, did you know the defendant?
Yes.
That's all I have for now, Judge.
Cross.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Exactly, Miss King. Exactly.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hoffman.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Hoffman, you and Melody were close, correct?
Very.
In fact, I think you've described her as your best friend.
I did.
And you've also described that Melody shared everything with you. Is that correct?
She did.
Including her relationships?
She did.
And I believe you said she was very open with me and kept an open line of communication, correct?
Yep.
I'm sorry, did I get an answer, Your Honor?
Yep.
Okay. And given that she was open with you about her relationships, you were involved in making sure that she had birth control available to her, correct?
Yes.
And you were involved in making sure she used birth control.
Yes.
At any point, did she ever share with you that she was pregnant?
Oh.
And given your relationship with her, there's no way she could have experienced a medical episode like a miscarriage without your knowledge, correct?
Objections, speculation.
Sustained.
Earlier today, when you were describing McKinley Louisma in January of this year, you referenced a possibility of a pregnancy on direct exam. Do you recall that?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
When you were describing McKinley Louisma in January of this year, when you indicated that there was a possible baby or a possible pregnancy, do you recall saying that on direct exam today?
I don't recall saying that direct regarding Melody.
Okay, and my question is, when you were referencing a possible baby, you were not referring to Melody being pregnant, correct?
Correct.
Regarding the threatening text messages that you said arrived on January 7th, did you ever determine who sent them?
No, they were sent from a Text Now app.
And you testified that you notified police of those messages, correct?
I did.
And police never determined who sent them, is that correct?
I don't know the answer to that.
But you stated today that you thought you had a belief about who sent them, is that right?
I do.
But any belief that you have is just speculation. You don't have any evidence to support that?
Counsel, please approach. The objection sustained.
Ms. Hoffman, regarding the exchange of property after the breakup between Melody and Mr. Louisma, you described that there was no incident when he actually came over to pick up the property. Is that correct?
Correct.
In fact, at one time you described the property exchange as peaceful. Is that correct?
Yes.
So is it fair to say that while Melody and Mr. Louisma might have argued prior to the actual exchange of the property, the exchange itself on January 7th was peaceful that day?
Melody did not have contact with the defendant that day. I did the exchange.
Okay. And was arguing over their property the only negative interaction that you had witnessed between Melody and Mr. Louisma?
Yes, it was.
After Melody and Mr. Louisma had broke up, was Melody still on a dating app to your knowledge?
She's a 20-year-old female. I don't know.
Okay. After Melody and Ken broke up in January, did you see them get together in person ever after that?
I did.
Did you eventually allow him to come back into your home?
On one occasion, I was notified that he wanted to come visit,
And did you allow him to come in?
reluctantly.
And to your knowledge, did that visit at your home involve any incidents or any arguments?
Melody informed me that he wanted to come over and she wanted to see him, and I said, okay, but stay in the living room where the camera is so I can see you. No incidents, no arguments, no nothing.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. We're going to go ahead and take our afternoon recess, be about 15 to 20 minutes. Have a good break. Please remember the admonition, and we'll see you back here shortly.
Let's move along, little doggies. Move along, little doggies. Henny's like a wee. I love when Henny does that. How's Lauren doing, by the way, Henny? I hope Lauren's doing okay. Let her know that I miss her and would love to see her. All right. That testimony had to be tough for her to answer about the pregnancy stuff from Mom, you know. That had to be tough on her. Wee, all the way home. Oh,
State calls Mike Pope.
3477. Stay prepared to call its next witness.
We are, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
State calls Mike Pope.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state and spell your full name for the record.
Michael Pope, M-I-C-H-A-E-L-P-O-P-E.
Thank you. Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can we start off by you telling us how you are currently employed?
I'm employed by the Marion Police Department.
And what's your current title or role right now within the Marion Police Department?
I'm assigned to the Bureau of Investigations.
Can you tell us about your educational background?
I went to Iowa Law Enforcement Academy in 2009. I graduated there in 2010. I worked for the Browns Police Department for 12 years until December of 2021, and I moved to Marion after that. And in December of 23, I became an investigator.
When you were employed with the Burlington Police Department, did you work any special assignments or were you on any task force? What was your role with Burlington?
I was a patrol officer for 9 years, and I was in a violent crimes unit as well as later assigned to the Southeast Iowa Narcotics Task Force.
And so you joined Marion Police Department in 2021?
That's correct.
And you said you joined the Bureau of Investigations in 2023. Did I get that?
Yes.
Okay. Within the Bureau of Investigations, do you handle all types of crimes that require investigation, or are you specifically violent crimes, specifically property crime?
All crimes.
As part of the Bureau of Investigations with the Marion Police Department, did you become involved in the homicide investigation of Melody Hoffman?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell us when you became involved in that investigation?
We were contacted, I think it was a Saturday, I'm not sure what day, by the lieutenant. He advised us that there was a body found in Iowa County, and we needed to report to the Marion Police Department to start investigating that.
Where were you at when you got that notification?
I was at home.
So, as part of the investigative bureau, when you're off, are you still on call for big stuff?
Yes.
Once you got that call, did you then head into the Marion Police Department?
Yes.
Tell us what happened when you first get there.
We met with the investigator from Iowa County who kind of explained what was going on, and then we kind of made a game plan for attempting to locate leads and other evidence.
So this game plan that you all collectively worked on together, what was your first assignment in that game plan?
I think the first thing I did was we went to Morgan Creek Park and Cherry Hill Park, to see if there was anything at those locations, because we had seen the Life 360 GPS app from Melody's phone that indicated she was at those two parks.
So at the time you get called into the investigation, Marion Police Department is already in possession of Melody's phone.
I believe Megan, her mother, was reporting her missing at about the time that we were called in.
And you mentioned this Life 360 app. Throughout this trial, we've heard a little bit about it, but generally, what information were you provided from that application that directed your next steps in the investigation?
We could see that the app had been turned, the GPS locator had been turned off at some point driving through Marion, but prior to that, we could see that she was at the Morgan Creek Park and Cherry Hill Park, and almost at Morgan Creek Park for almost an hour.
That her phone was at Morgan Creek Park for almost an hour?
Yes.
Okay. So once it was determined, was that approximately 51 minutes?
Yes.
Once it was determined that Melody was at Morgan Creek Park for approximately an hour, what'd you do with that information?
Went to Morgan Creek Park, looked around the area where the locator indicated they were stopped. It was nighttime, so it's hard to see. There's not really any lights in that park, but we found some things that were kind of interesting to us.
Okay. Can you recall what day it was that you went out to the park?
It was the 20th of February.
And you said that you did find some things at Morgan Creek Park that were interesting to you or potentially relevant to your investigation?
We thought it possibly could be part of the investigation.
Can you tell us what it was that you located at Morgan Creek Park that you thought had some potential importance?
In the parking lot where we believe that what the GPS locator indicated they were at the most time, we located in the southeast corner a yellow stain on the concrete that appeared to have like a flaky type substance, and then what appeared to be some liquid that had run off of where the substance was. There was a picnic table area that had some amber colored drops kind of all around the table. So we weren't sure what those items were at the time.
And so when you found these two areas at the park, when I say areas, these stains, for lack of a better word, what was done with them?
I returned the next day during the daylight. I took photographs of the area, and I took swabs of the area, and then sent those to the DCI crime lab for examination.
Is it typical that when swabs of substances are obtained, that those are sent off to the DCI laboratory?
Yes.
To be clear, within the Marion Police Department, do you guys have the technical capability to do tests on things like that?
No, we don't.
What, if anything, did you learn from the swabs that were sent off from the samples you took at Morgan Creek Park?
I specifically know we learned that the white or the yellow substance that had the flaky items in it was determined to be vomit.
Was there an attempt to obtain DNA or other identifying information from the swabs from the vomit or the amber liquid?
I don't believe so.
While you were at Morgan Creek Park on that second trip back in the daylight, did you guys photograph the areas that you were searching and the items that you located while you were out there?
Yes.
I'd like to show you some photographs, what have been previously marked as States Exhibit 11A through 11O. Tell me when those are up there.
They're up there.
Okay. I'm going to scroll through these fast. Do you recognize these photos that are contained in all exhibits marked 11?
Yes, I do.
Are they photographs that you took or that were taken during your search at Morgan Creek Park?
Yes.
And if I understood you correctly, were those taken on the 21st?
Actually, those were taken on the 20th. The original date was the 19th at nighttime.
Of February?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state offers 11A through 11O.
Any objection to 11A through 11O?
No objection.
11A through 11O are admitted.
Investigator Pope, while you were out at the Morgan Creek Park doing this search, were you the lone investigator who was doing that, or were you there in a team capacity?
Sergeant Joel Peschik from the Lynn County Sheriff's Office was also there.
So there were two of you?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I have permission to publish the exhibits that were just admitted?
Published now.
Investigator Pope, starting first with Exhibit 11A, can you tell us what we're seeing in this photograph?
It's the marker sign for Morgan Creek Park.
And to give us some spatial context, on the left side of this photograph, would you agree that there is a road running?
Yes.
And do you know directionally which way that road runs?
East and west.
And are we facing west from this vantage point?
Yes.
Okay. What road is that?
I don't know.
Would it be E Avenue?
It could be.
Okay. And what appears to be a road that runs right to left across this photo, is this a public road or is this a part of the parking lot to Morgan Creek Park?
It's the entrance to Morgan Creek Park.
Looking next at 11B, what are we seeing in this photograph?
North from the entrance of Morgan Creek Park.
So if we go back to 11A, would this be if we made a right turn on this driveway
Yes.
looking into the park?
Correct.
And what are we seeing in States 11C?
This is the parking lot area where the GPS locator indicated Melody's phone was for the approximately 51 minutes or an hour.
To give us some context of where this parking lot is within the park area, are you able from this photograph that's shown on the screen now in 11B to tell us where that little shelter house is located within the park?
I believe it's right there behind the speed limit 15 sign.
On the right side of the screen here?
Yes.
Okay. So you've gone up this road and turned the corner back into the park.
Correct.
And States 11D, what are we seeing here?
That's the picture of the southeast corner of the parking lot.
To the right of what we see in 11C?
Yes.
And in 11E, what are we seeing?
The picnic table area.
And in 11F?
That's a photo of the yellow substance that was later found to be vomit.
Is this the first parking spot on the left of the SUV that we see in 11D?
Yes.
And what are we seeing in States 11G?
It's a different angle of the same picture of the vomit and the trail that led away from it.
And 11H?
The park picnic table area again.
And is this the same shelter picnic table area that we saw in the other photograph?
Yes, it is.
So we're still in that same parking lot and area of the park.
Yes.
11I, tell us what we need to be focused on in this photo.
The small circular drops on the ground, they don't really appear to be amber because of the darkness from the shade, but those were the drops that we kind of noted as interesting. We weren't sure what they were.
Are these the drops that you earlier in your testimony referred to as being the amber drops?
Yes.
And is that also what we're seeing in 11J?
Yes.
What are we seeing in States 11K?
Collecting a sample of the vomit on the ground.
On the left side of this screen, tell us what this is that I'm circling.
It's a cotton swab for collecting biologicals that we use for these investigations.
Are those swabs sometimes referred to as buccal swabs?
Yes.
When you use a buccal swab as part of your investigation, how are those packaged prior to use?
They're prepackaged in almost like you see at a doctor's office. You peel them open, and then the swab is inside of that.
The packaging that's on those buccal swabs, does it keep the swabs from being pre-contaminated?
Yes.
Once the swabs are collected, what do you do with them to ensure that they're not mixed in with other things?
Place them into a evidence holding box. They're kind of small. They're specifically made to hold the buccal swabs.
And then the box that those are put in, those are preserved until they can be transported to the DCI lab?
Yes.
11L, what are we seeing here?
Taking swabs of the liquid area that had ran to the south from the vomit area.
So what we see in 11K, there was liquid that ran off of this pile of vomit?
Yes.
And 11L would be what you believe to be the liquid that ran from there?
Yes.
In M, what are we seeing here?
one of those amber drops and getting ready to collect another buccal swab of that.
And to be clear, when you move on to the amber liquid to collect a sample, you're using new buccal swabs?
Yes.
Kind of made you think
And an
that way,
O.
right, Kel? I
Just more
know.
of
Excuse me, an N, I apologize.
just more
Good
of the
morning,
amber drops
Spins.
that were
Good
kind of
morning.
everywhere.
And an O, what are we seeing here?
Just kind of an overview of more of how those dots or drops were on the ground.
Thank you. Your Honor, will you clear my screen, please? Investigator Pope, the area at this park, at Morgan Creek Park, can you confirm that Morgan Creek Park is within the Lynn County border?
Yes,
Yes, you can confirm it, or yes, it is in Lynn County.
both.
Okay, thank you. That question wasn't very clear. As part of your role as an investigator in this homicide death investigation, were you also part of a team that executed a search warrant at 4006 Hummingbird in Hiawatha?
Yes, I was.
The address on Hummingbird, is that structure that's there a trailer?
Yes, it is.
And does that trailer sit within a trailer park of sorts?
Yes, it does.
Do you recall the name of that trailer park?
I do not.
Can you tell us what the significance of that address was to your investigation? What led you there?
We believed it to be the residence of McKinley Louisma. It was where his vehicle was located the previous night prior to the search warrant, parked in front of that trailer.
I want to back up a little bit. Believed it was the residence of the defendant. Did you have knowledge about other occupants or residents that were also residing at that Hummingbird address?
Yes.
Who else was known to you to reside there?
Carl Allen, Patty Bascom, Nakia Svoboda, and Logan Kempton.
When you went to execute this search warrant, do you recall how many law enforcement officers were a part of the team of investigators who went in to execute this?
I believe there was 4.
Generally speaking, when a search warrant is executed, is there a standard procedure that's used, or?
I know that this is really random. I'm stopping to say this. This is really random, but I just saw something scroll across my phone. So you guys heard about Peanut the squirrel, right? All over social media. I guess the headline I saw said that the squirrel tested negative for rabies. So that was definitely all for naught. I'm angry over that situation. But anyway, let's get back to it. I just wanted you guys to know that if you didn't already know that. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, just type in Peanut the squirrel and read the latest headlines. It's horrific. Sarah Boone, horrific. It was very tragic. Very, very, very. And not only the squirrel, but also the raccoon. I forget the raccoon's name. Was it Fred? Was it Fred the raccoon? And Peanut the squirrel? Awful.
Or an order of operations that's conducted when you execute a search warrant?
Yes.
Can you generally just walk us through what happens when a search warrant's executed on a residence?
In this case, we knew that the residents were home, so we secured them, just made sure that they didn't have access to weapons. And then we take photographs of the residents prior to the search warrant. Then we search the residence and then take photos again at the end of it.
So prior to anything being searched, photographs are taken?
Yes.
What's the purpose of taking those overall photos before the search warrant is executed?
To show the residents how it was when we entered.
And is that because during search warrants things get moved and moved?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us within this trailer how many separate bedrooms there were?
3.
And throughout this search, were you able to determine who occupied which bedrooms?
Yes.
Can you tell us who all shared bedrooms within this residence?
Carl Allen and Patty Bascom shared the primary bedroom, which was in the north end of the trailer, and Nakia Svoboda and McKinley Louisma shared the south bedroom.
And were you able to determine where Kimpton slept within the residence?
Yes.
Where was that?
It was in the bedroom that was kind of in the middle of the trailer.
During the search of the Hummingbird address in Hiawatha, were there cell phones that were seized?
Yes.
And were you able to determine whose cell phones you guys collected?
We collected 2 cell phones from Nakia Svoboda.
Were there other phones within the residence that weren't collected?
Yes, we actually collected 2 other phones that weren't working, but we don't know who they belong to.
Okay, so 4 phones total were found, all were collected, 2 belonged to Nakia and 2 were inoperable.
Yes.
Was there within this home a machete that was located?
Yes.
Can you tell us where within the home that was found?
Inside a closet in the room where we found an ID for Logan Kimpton.
And when you say it was found inside the room, where within the room was that found?
It was inside the closet.
And you said you also found an ID for Logan Kimpton in that room?
Yes.
Where was the ID located generally?
Inside of a wallet on top of a plastic table.
You did note that, generally speaking, during search warrants, photographs are taken.
Yes.
Were photos taken during the execution of this specific search warrant?
Yes, they were.
Your Honor, if I may show this witness what has previously been marked as Exhibits 12A through 12C and 12H through 12Q, please. I'm going to scroll through these. Do you recognize the photos?
Yes.
Give me 1 second. The photos that I just scrolled through for you, Investigator Pope, were these the photographs that were taken during the search warrant?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would offer 12A through C and 12H through Q.
Any objection to Exhibits 12A through 12C and 12H through 12Q?
No objection.
12A through 12C and 12H through 12Q are admitted.
May I have permission to publish those photographs, Your Honor?
Published at this time.
Investigator Pope, starting first with Exhibit 12A, can you tell us what we're seeing in this photograph?
It's a picture of the trailer showing the address of the trailer.
And is it important when taking photographs to also document the address of the residence that you're searching?
Yes.
12B, what are we looking at from this vantage point?
It's the backside of the trailer.
The steps or porch area that are seen in this photograph, is that the main entry point to this home?
I don't believe so. I think that's on the other side.
So this residence has 2 entry doors?
Yes.
And in 12C, is this the second entry door at this residence?
Yeah, I believe that's the main entrance there.
(12H), can you tell us what we are seeing in this photograph?
It's the closet door in the room belonging to Logan Kimpton.
And you knew that this room belonged to Logan Kimpton because this is the room where you found his driver's license or his ID?
That's correct.
Okay. And in 12I, what are we seeing here?
The black object leaning against the wall is a machete.
Is that machete within the closet door that we saw in the previous photo?
Yes, it is.
The location and position of this machete leaned up against the door frame, is that the location and position that it was found when you guys opened that door?
Yes.
And 12J, what are we seeing here?
It's a photograph with evidence marker next to it, next to the same machete.
Can you tell us what an evidence marker is and what the purpose of it is?
It's to mark what item we're calling that piece of evidence, as well as who collected it, possibly.
In 12K, what are we seeing in this photograph?
It's a cell phone that was found on the floor,
Do you recall which floor it was found on?
the floor of Logan Kimpton's room.
And in 12L, are we seeing another photograph?
So a cell phone on the table in Logan Kimpton's room.
12M, what are we focusing on in this photograph?
The black and milds in the windowsill of the room.
Why were the black and milds on that windowsill important to your investigation?
This particular window is in the bedroom belonging to McKinley and Nakia, and on the night of the incident, McKinley stopped at Quick Star to purchase cigarettes or cigars.
And well, he purchased cigarettes and cigars, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And the type of cigars that were purchased, were they the same type and kind of these black and milds seen on that windowsill?
I believe so.
12N, more phones?
Yes, those are the two phones belonging to Nakia Svoboda.
And do you recall which room of the residence these phones were located?
She had them on her person.
12O?
It's the back side of one of the phones that she had.
Investigator Pope, when phones are found and or recovered, is there a process or a procedure that's used to secure the phones from being accessed even remotely?
Yes.
Can you explain that to us?
There's a couple options. The primary way we use on scene is to put the phone in airplane mode, which disconnects it from digital services such as data or Wi-Fi.
And was that done with the phones that you recovered that were operable during this search warrant?
Yes.
Once those phones are collected, where do they go?
In this case, they went to the Marion Police Department and then to Cedar Rapids Police Department later for a forensic download.
States P, looking at those same two phones?
Yes.
And Q, was there anything in this photograph that was important to your investigation?
This is just a common bathroom for the residents in the hallway near the bedrooms of McKinley and Logan.
Was this the only bathroom within that trailer?
No, there was one attached to the primary bedroom.
When you looked in and or searched this bathroom, were you looking for, well, what were you looking for?
Any weapons, any evidence, could be like biological evidence, whether it be blood or other things that might be pertinent to the investigation.
Did you do that thinking that this was the bathroom of primary use for the defendant and for Logan Kimpton?
Yes.
So when you go in and execute a search warrant, would it be fair to say that you are searching for more than just physical or tangible items?
Yes.
To be clear, when you looked in this bathroom, did you find any biological matter, weapons, anything that furthered your investigation?
We did not.
But you checked.
Yes.
Your Honor, if you'll clear my screen, please. I just want to make sure that I understood you correctly. The phones that were found in Logan Kimpton's bedroom, were those the two phones that you identified as being inoperable?
Yes.
And so the two phones that you found in the physical possession of Nakia Svoboda, those phones were operable?
Yes, the iPhone that's navy blue, had cell service. The other, just she indicated didn't have cell service, just worked on Wi-Fi when she was at home or somewhere where there was Wi-Fi.
As part of the investigation, did you make contact with Dakota Van Patten?
Yes, I did.
And when you initially made contact with him, can you recall when that initial contact was made?
Probably within a half hour to an hour of finishing the execution of the search warrant on Hummingbird Lane.
And what date was that, if you can remember?
I believe it was the 20th, but I'm not sure.
But still within very few days from the discovery of Melody Hoffman's body.
Yes. When
When you made that contact with Dakota Van Patten, where did that contact happen?
At his residence.
And what was the address there?
270th South 15th Northwest. I think it's a street.
270 15th Street Northwest?
Yes.
Can you describe for us or explain to us under what circumstances that contact was made?
Lieutenant Fort contacted me and asked us to go and try to make contact with Dakota, as he may have some information regarding the investigation.
At the point where you were contacted and directed in Dakota Van Patten's direction, what information did you know, or when you say it was believed he may have some information regarding the investigation, what specifically did you know at that point?
I was told that McKinley had named him as someone that was part of the incident.
And by the incident, you mean the killing of Melody
Yes.
Hoffman?
Yes.
When you made contact with Dakota Van Patten, I know you said he was at his home. What was he doing when you ran into him?
He was walking out of his front door, getting ready to grill some food
And where was that grill located at the house?
on the front porch of the residence.
Did you, when you made contact with Dakota, ask him to come back to the Marion Police Department with you?
Yes.
And did he come?
Yes.
When you got back to the Marion Police Department with Mr. Van Patten, was an interview conducted with him?
Yes, I didn't go back with him initially. Sergeant Ward transported him to the Marion Police Department.
The purpose of that transport back to MPD was to conduct an interview, though.
That's correct.
Ultimately, did you end back up at that 270 15th Street address?
Yes.
And was the purpose of that to execute a search warrant at that residence as well?
Yes. Can
you describe for us what kind of residence that is?
It's a single-family home. I think it's a story and a half. So it's one level, and then there's an attic with a basement.
The location of that residence, does it sit near an intersection?
Yes, it does.
And what intersection does that sit near?
15th Street, and I'm not sure what the cross street is. Might be Johnson Avenue, but I'm not sure.
Possibly that it's Hinckley?
Sure.
Okay. Would you have taken a picture of that?
I didn't. I believe Audrey Walters, our evidence tech, did.
If a photograph was taken of an intersection at the time that you were executing a search warrant, would that indicate to you that that was the location of the house?
Yes.
Through your investigation, were you able to determine, other than obviously Dakota Van Patten, who else was associated with that address on 15th Street?
Yes.
Who else lived there?
Dustin Prince and Kendra Gallegos.
What, if any, relationship did Dustin Prince and Kendra Gallegos have to Dakota Van Patten?
Dustin Prince is Dakota's brother, and Kendra was Dustin's girlfriend.
During the search of this residence, were you able to determine who was associated with which living space or which bedroom space?
Yes.
Do you recall how many standard bedrooms were in this house?
2.
And where were those bedrooms located?
On the first floor.
Who resided? Who slept in those bedrooms?
In the main bedroom, Dustin and Kendra slept in those, and the second bedroom, it didn't appear that anybody slept in that bedroom.
Were you able during the search to determine where Dakota Van Patten sleeps?
Yes.
And can you describe for us which part of the house was his sleeping space, his living space?
There was a small room in the northeast corner of the basement that appeared to have drywall just recently put in with a mattress on the floor.
Within the house, how do you access the basement?
Through the kitchen.
And was there an exterior door or an exit in the basement that would get you outside?
No.
So if you want to leave the basement, you come back up the stairs that go into the kitchen to leave?
Yes.
How did you determine that the area you described in that basement was the area primarily occupied by Dakota Van Patten?
Upon speaking with Kendra and Dustin, they indicated his bedroom was in the basement.
Did you find during the search items in the basement area that also corroborated or confirmed that Dakota Van Patten spent his time, slept in that area?
Yes.
Can you tell us in the basement area, starting in that northeast designated bedroom area, what you found during the search?
We located gray Nike tennis shoes, dark colored sweatpants, and a clear pair of eyeglasses.
Starting with the gray Nike sneakers that you found down there, where specifically were those located?
Under the mattress, kind of between the wall and the mattress.
And what about those Nike tennis shoes led you to believe they belonged to Dakota Van Patten?
They were consistent with the shoes worn in the Quickstar video of him with McKinley Louisma.
You also mentioned some dark gray sweatpants, is that right?
Yes.
Hey, I wanted to say hey to Nicole. Hi, Nicole. Also, hi, India. The guy on the stand is I think the lead investigator. Pope is his last name. Yeah.
What was significant or telling about the dark gray sweatpants that were located in that bedroom?
They were also consistent with the pants that Dakota was wearing in the Quickstar video.
You noted that a clear pair of eyeglasses was found. Tell us specifically where that clear pair of eyeglasses was located.
On the west wall, there was a TV sitting on top of a metal filing cabinet. The metal filing cabinet was turned sideways. Just on the front side of the metal cabinet, the eyeglasses were on the floor.
In all of the surveillance video that was collected that showed you what Dakota Van Patten was wearing the night that Melody Hoffman was murdered, was Van Patten wearing clear glasses?
No, he was not.
So what about those glasses made you think that they were important or relevant to your investigation?
We were told early in the investigation that Melody was wearing clear eyeglasses when she left the residence on the evening that she was murdered.
And when her body was found at Lily Lake, did she have eyeglasses on?
No, she did not.
Based on what you were able to develop and ascertain during this investigation, did you form the opinion that the glasses found in Dakota Van Patten's bedroom belonged to Melody Hoffman?
Yes.
Like a trophy?
Yes.
Down in that basement area, did you also locate a footlocker?
Yes.
Can you describe for us where within the basement this footlocker was located?
It was approximately 5 feet away from the stairwell, kind of between the bedroom, Dakota's bedroom, and the stairwell.
Were you or investigators during this search able to make entry into the footlocker?
Yes.
And was there anything within that footlocker that you believed could potentially be relevant to your investigation?
Yes.
Can you tell us what specific items were found in the footlocker that was in that basement area?
There was a Vanguard revolver pistol as well as several different knives.
And what about the knives? I know it may seem obvious, but why were you concerned with the knives?
Because we knew that during the commission of the murder, Melody had been stabbed or slashed.
At the time that the search warrant at this residence was being executed, were investigators still trying to determine what weapon was used to repeatedly slash her back and stab her?
Yes.
Once those knives were found in that footlocker, were they photographed?
Yes.
Were they also collected?
Yes, they were.
What's done with knives in a situation like this after they're collected?
They were placed into evidence, and then we later determined which ones would go to the lab to see if there was any biological data on, or fluids on the knives.
The knives that were found in the footlocker, were they or were they not determined to have biological matter on them?
They were never sent to the lab.
Were there any other knives found in the basement area?
Yes, there was a deep freeze appliance in the northwest corner of the basement. And inside that, I located a white-handled knife that had a serrated edge.
When you were conducting and executing these search warrants, you had knowledge that there was some sort of a knife or cutting instrument used, but at that time, did you have any other details related to the physicality of the knife that you thought were important or that had been relayed to you that you should be looking for?
No.
So any knife at this point was fair game?
Yes,
All of them are found, photographed, collected.
that's correct.
Later in the investigation, was it determined collectively throughout or with the investigators what items of evidence would be sent off to the DCI lab?
Yes, it was.
Were there any other items of clothing that were or was found in the basement area that drew your attention to them?
Yes.
Firstly, tell us where the item was located.
It was located in the washer or dryer area. I'm not sure, I didn't locate it.
And what specifically was located in the washer dryer area?
It was a dark green hooded sweatshirt that was consistent to the one we believed Dakota was wearing in the Quick Start video.
Was this an Under Armour sweatshirt?
Yes, it was.
And did it have a logo or a symbol that was visible on the exterior of the sweatshirt?
Yes, it did.
And where was that symbol located on the sweatshirt?
It was a rather large logo on the chest.
So not only the color being consistent with what you saw Dakota Van Patten wearing in the surveillance videos, but in the surveillance videos, were you also able to make a comparison to that big logo on the chest area of that sweatshirt?
Yes.
And in your opinion, were they similar at minimum?
Yes.
In the basement of this house on 15th Street, was there anything else that was located during the execution of this search warrant that was determined to be important?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
There was a bundle of green paracord.
And when you say a bundle of it, if you can recall or if you know, approximately how many feet of cord was included in that bundle that was found?
I don't recall, I didn't check the package.
When you found that paracord, did it, by its appearance, when you found it, appear to be missing parts of it?
Yes, I believe so.
Was one of the ends or both of the ends frayed, if you can recall?
I think one of the ends was frayed, but I don't know if both were.
The rope that was found in the basement, had you, during this investigation, seen rope that was consistent in color, shape, size to the rope that was found in the basement of Dakota Van Patten?
Yes.
Where'd you see that rope?
It was inside of a green bag that was taken from the vehicle of McKinley Louisma.
During this search, would it be fair to say that the whole house was searched and not just the basement area?
Yes.
So was it the southeast bedroom of this house where the brother and the brother's girlfriend resided?
Yes.
What, if anything, of evidentiary value was located within that bedroom?
A machete.
Can you tell us where that machete was found?
Under the bed near where your head would lay.
If I recall correctly from reading your reports, was there also a semi-automatic pistol located in that bedroom?
Yes.
And that pistol, or gun, whatever we're calling it, where was that located?
Also in that bedroom inside of a locked container.
And when you say that it was inside of a locked container, was it a container that was capable of being locked, or was it locked at the time that it was located?
It was locked at the time it was located.
And you noted that photos were taken during the search at 270 15th Street Northwest.
Yes.
Your Honor, I would like to show this witness exhibits, or what have previously been marked as exhibits 13A through 13GG. Are those up for you, investigator?
Yes.
I'm going to scroll through these quickly. Do you recognize the photos?
Yes.
Are these photos that were taken during the execution of the search warrant at 270 15th Street Northwest?
All but one of them was.
And which one, to be clear, was not?
13GG.
Was that photo taken from that address?
Yes.
The item in that photograph was collected earlier?
Yes.
And was it collected earlier when you first went there and made contact with Dakota Van Patten?
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, the state would offer 13A through 13GG.
Any objection to 13A through 13GG?
No objection.
Exhibits 13A through 13GG are admitted.
May we approach, Your Honor?
You may.
You didn't get a notification, P. Lola? I'm sorry. In real life, I think they're on day 7. I think. Hi, P. Lola.
All right, jurors, I understand that we're at a good breaking point. I want to make sure that we're out on time today, being that it's election day. I want to make sure that anyone who wants to vote today gets to the polls and isn't waiting needlessly. So we're going to go ahead and recess for the day. We'll start up tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Please remember the admonition, and we'll see you in the morning. Have a good night.
All right, so now let me scooch on to day 3. Hi, P. Lola. I'm glad you're here. She's good. She got up. She was like bright-eyed and bushy-tailed this morning, ready to go to school. So she was raring to go. Okay. Let me take that down real quick. Find day 3. Okay, I think this is day 3, yeah. Open. Share. Make it big. All right. Oh, wait, I'm getting a message on my computer. It says your browser has lost connection to your screen share audio. Try sharing your screen again. Restart your browser if this continues to be a problem. Can you guys see and hear me? Okay. Let me know if you can see and hear me okay. StreamYard just sent me that notification on my computer. Yes, yes. Okay. Thank you, Miss King and Sherry. Maybe they just don't know what they're talking about. They don't know what they're talking about. All right. Add. Let me put this on 1.25 as well. Yeah, Henny says, P. Lola, check if your bell is set on all. Okay. I clicked the wrong button again. Ooh, when did they put a sleep timer on YouTube videos? Huh. You click on it and it says sleep timer. You can choose 10 minutes, 15, 20, 30, 45, 60, or end of video. That's nifty. Because a lot of times I'll play something and then I wake up and it's something completely different. You know what I mean? Like this morning, I woke up and I was watching the baby murder trial. I know it's awful. I hate saying those words together. But I was watching that, and all of a sudden, the next thing I know, I wake up like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. You want me to ring my bell? Ring my bell, says Philo. Yes. Ring your bell. But I woke up at like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning to go wee wee, and I was like, what am I listening to? And I looked at my phone, and it was one of the Mormon Stories podcast. I love that guy's channel. But it was somebody on his channel telling their story, and they were talking about, and it was not something that I should have been listening to while I was asleep. But Dale wakes up, and he like gets me up, in the mornings when he goes to work, and I'll get up and walk in the kitchen, to make my coffee, take my medicine and all that, and he's like shaking his head. I'm like, what? And he's like, what are you listen to the awfulest stuff. He's not going there to wake you up, and you're zonked out, snoring like whatever, with the most hideous, awfulest sounding stories ever. He's like, I don't see how you do it. I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. I looked, my bell is all. I'm so funny. You are funny, P. Lola. And he says, my bell, ding dong, ding. Okay.
We're back on the record in FECR 153477.
BR 549.
Dig up this morning, so this is one of those times that
Also, side note, this is a message for QB. This will let me know if QB ever gets to this point. I don't know where QB is today. She may be listening and lurking. I have no idea. She may be over there in the Karen Reed motions hearing. Probably is, to be honest. She probably is. Her and Morgana both. But don't tell QB, but I ordered the elderberry. Oh, okay. That was somebody else. I thought it was going to be one of them saying, I'm sitting right here. But anyway, yes, I ordered the elderberry. I ordered 2. I ordered gummies and the liquid. So Anyway. All right.
When we left off,
Did y'all see that? Look at this. Look right here. Hold on a minute. Now, you tell me. I literally just placed a Walmart order, and you see that top shelf on there, right there? Now, I don't know what the orange bag is, but that purple bag, somebody's got some money if they're buying Viva paper towels. I'm just saying. If you're buying Viva paper towels, right here, then, because I literally just bought some paper towels, but can't afford no Viva. I mean, I like the Viva, but no. Hey, Toxic Orchid, good to see you. Good to see you. Oh, wait, you couldn't hear me? Oh, wait, P. Lola said my screen went black. And Miss King says, is it just me? I don't hear anything. Oh, Morgana says, I'm here, was just buying things on Amazon. Dollar General brand, 6 rolls, $5.59. Patricia says, we are a Viva household over here. Don't get me wrong. I love Viva paper towels. But, oh, you couldn't hear Court? Love me some Viva paper towels, but I like my money more. So I buy the either the Great Value brand or the Sparkle, I think is what it's called. Sparkle. But anyway, yeah. Yeah, I love them too. They're like real cloths, but they are out of my budget. Every once in a while I'll splurge and get them. But yes, Toxic, thank you for that. I was going to do the reminder. I was going to send out a reminder and start letting everybody know. On the 16th, November the 16th at 1 p.m., make sure to join us over at As the Gavel Drops in the Discord community, because we're going to have a true crime discussion. Yeah. Toxic invited me to join, and I'm super excited about it. Yes, I'm super excited about it. I'll be chatting with a couple other creators, so I'm excited. Yay. I'm excited about it. We have a number of YouTubers joining us for the event. Yeah. I'm excited about it. The link to the Discord is in my description box, but also here, I'll grab it right here. Copy. You can click here to join the As the Gavel Drops Discord. And like I said, she's hosting, Toxic is hosting a true crime discussion event Saturday, the 16th at 1 p.m. Eastern. So, and I'll be one of them chatting. I'm super pumped. P. Lola says, I don't know how to Discord. It's really easy. You just get the app. Yeah. Oh, it's been over, Morgana? Yeah, I missed it. And Nicole said I couldn't hear you either, so I went out and came back in. Okay, good. Hopefully everything's good now. Patricia said my hubby and I get into it over the paper towels. I get on him about how many he uses, and he thinks I cut my sheets if tinfoil too long. Lord have mercy. See, now I'm the half sheeter. You know how they got the split sheet so you can use like half of a sheet. You know, I do that a lot. I'll use the half of sheets a lot. And then I go in spurts. Sometimes I'm more generous with paper towels. And other times I'm like, you know, feel bad for using them for something stupid like to wipe up water or a mess when I literally have a dish towel or a dishcloth sitting right there, you know. But anyway, yeah. Toxic said, P. Lola, join and I can help you out, baby girl. The link says it's invalid. Does the link work for anyone else? Can someone else click the link and let me know if it works for them? Toxic said, don't forget to verify your accounts or you won't be able to access all we have to offer in As the Gavel Drops. I'll wait for someone else to let me know in case it's... Oh, okay. Thank you, Toxic. That link is expired. Okay, hold on. Let me open this up in... I have to go to Discord on my computer. Okay. I'll have to change that out then. Copy. All right. Word. If I could type right. That's not right. Hold on, it didn't do the right thing. Hold on, let me grab it again. Copy. All right, now try that one. Why is it not going? Go. Try that one and let me know, Pilola. Thank you, Toxic. Yeah, I grabbed it from the DM. I saw the DM come across on my phone, and then I had to go into my computer to get to actually grab it to post it. Hey, Gabby. Hi. It's good to see you. How are you? Okay. I'm going to hit the play button, but you let me know if that link should work. Let me know if it doesn't, okay? I'm just sitting over here floored because these people over here in this house have the bougie paper towels, and I, like bougie paper towels too. I just don't buy them. Fabulous. P. Lola said, I hit the link and said, hello, it's me. Not sure why it's doing that for you. That's something you can ask True Crime Addict on Sunday. Doing what? The link, you mean? I'm not sure. Okay, let's get back to this, shall we? Let's go.
And 13C
Going down the stairwell.
of that same set of stairs that was seen in the previous exhibit.
Yes.
13D, what are we seeing here?
A look into the basement from the bottom of the stairs.
So from the bottom of the stairs, has the photographer or the angle just made a left?
Yes.
13E, can you tell us what we're seeing and what's significant in this photo?
This is the bedroom for Dakota Van Patten.
The bedroom, what, I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
For Dakota Van Patten.
What is in that bucket?
13F, what are we seeing here?
Just a different angle of that same bedroom. Photographer would have stepped in and turned to the left.
And in 13G,
You can see the TV stand with the TV just at the bottom of the TV stand.
Good deal. Thank you, Gabby and Nicole.
Eyeglasses.
is there still a laser pointer up there?
Yes.
Will you use that on the overhead screen? It doesn't work on the TVs. And show
That's
us
what I'm
what that
wondering.
is to.
They're right there.
And 13H, what has happened in this photo?
It's a closer up photo of the eyeglasses.
Mm.
And 13I, are we continuing to zoom in on these glasses?
Yes.
Wow.
13J, it appears that a evidence marker or evidence tag has been placed next to those.
That's correct.
And is, once the photograph is taken with the evidence marker next to any particular piece of evidence, is it then fair game to collect the evidence?
Yes, it is.
13K, what are we seeing in this photograph?
That is the white-handled knife with a serrated edge that was located inside of the deep freeze that was in the basement.
That deep freeze that was in the basement, just to be clear, was it operational or no?
It didn't appear to be.
And that knife was also collected.
Yes, it was.
State's Exhibit 13L.
Lord have mercy.
It's a storage rack. On the top shelf is the green paracord that we seized.
And 13M.
It's a closer up photo of the paracord.
You guys can't hear
When
it?
I asked you about, I should say yesterday, when I asked you about the frame on the.
Can you not hear it?
Paracord or the rope, whatever we're calling.
I'm so confused. Henny says, what happened to the volume in court? You guys can't hear it? Volume is low? Far away? Oh, toxic about keeping the link static and not expiring. The volume in the court is a little low. Okay, hold on. Tell me if it's better if I mute myself.
After having now seen again.
Okay, yeah, StreamYard a while ago when StreamYard said something about need to go out and come back in or something, they meant business. They weren't kidding. So can you hear me? Okay, you can hear me. Okay, let me stop sharing. Let me stop sharing. Now, let me bring it back. Try it again. Share. Okay. Now let me know if you can hear it now.
13O, can you tell us what we're seeing and where we're seeing it?
We're back in Dakota Van Patten's bedroom. Those are the gray shoes, Nike shoes that were consistent with the shoes worn in the Quick Start video by Dakota Van Patten.
And when you say they were consistent, were you, in doing this search warrant, under the impression or of the belief that these were the shoes that he was wearing?
Yes.
13P, tell us what we're seeing in this photograph.
Those are the dark gray sweatpants that were believed to be worn by Dakota Van Patten in the Quick Start video.
Okay, good deal. Yay. I had to,
And 13Q?
The dark green.
yeah, I don't know. Something happened with StreamYard, some sort of a glitch or something a while ago. So thanks for letting me know, you guys, because I have no idea what you hear versus, and I don't know what you hear or see. And so if something goes wonky, yeah, I appreciate you telling me.
Under Armour hooded sweatshirt, also believed to be worn by Dakota Van Patten at Quick Start.
Yesterday, when we discussed the logo on the sweatshirt that you said was both visible on the actual sweatshirt and in the surveillance video, was that this big gray square with the Under Armour logo in the middle of it?
Yes.
And it's your position that this large logo in the middle of this sweatshirt is visible on later discovered or earlier discovered surveillance video?
That's correct.
13R, we're just zooming in on that same sweatshirt.
Yes.
The location, just for the record, of where this sweatshirt was found, I know yesterday you testified that you weren't the one specifically who located this sweatshirt during the search warrant, but what was the location written on the evidence tag, if you can see that?
It reads basement laundry basket in front of dryer, and then it indicates the sweatshirt was inside out.
Thank you. 13S, tell us what we're seing here.
That's the front door of the residence, and that is a piece of the green paracord that's basically making up the front door handle or door knob.
And that rope that's in the door knob hole, would you agree is also consistent with the rope cord that was found in the basement?
Yes, it is.
What are we seeing in 13T?
That's a photo of the machete that was located under the bed in Dustin Prince and Kendrick Gallegos' bedroom.
And the photograph taken in 13T, is this photograph being taken of that machete in its original location where it was found?
Yes, it is.
13U, what are we seeing in this photo?
It's a black storage case. In the top of that case, you can see a small semi-automatic pistol.
And to the right, would this be like a holster?
Yes.
In this box, does that appear to be some ammunition?
Yes, it does.
Is this the locked container that you testified about yesterday?
Yes, it is.
And if I understood yesterday, you mentioned that when this container was found, it was actually in its locked position.
That's correct.
Do you have knowledge on how investigators were able to get this opened?
Sergeant Abel of the Lynn County Sheriff's Office was able to pick the padlock that was latched on the box.
And 13V, what are we seeing here?
Those items, the semi-automatic pistol, holster, magazine, and ammunition that were located inside of the black storage box.
So at that point, that locked container had been emptied out.
That's correct.
13W, can you tell us what we're focusing on in this photograph?
That's the entry door to Dustin and Kendra's bedroom.
And 13X,
That's a photo of Dustin and Kendra's bedroom from the end of the bed, showing the side of the bed that Dustin would have slept on.
in this photo, are you able to describe for us or point us in the direction where that locked container had been located?
I actually didn't search this room, so I think Sergeant Abel did, so I'm not able to do that.
The machete that was found was under this bed, though.
That's correct.
And in States Y, is this the deep freezer where that white-handled serrated knife was located?
Yes, it is.
13Z, the brown rectangular cubed object in the center of this photograph, is that the footlocker that you discussed yesterday?
Yes, it is.
13AA, what are we seeing in this photograph?
It's a photo from in front of the washer and dryer, just facing the south, and that's a storage closet there with the door open.
So the back of the photographer is up against or towards the washer and dryer?
That's correct.
This wired cabinet or shelf seen on the right side of the photo, is this the shelf where that paracord was found?
Yes.
And then to the left is the storage unit that you were referencing?
Yes.
From this vantage point, where are the stairs that came out of the kitchen?
To the right, approximately 45 degrees.
So off screen, but over here?
Correct.
Okay. 13BB, is this the inside of that footlocker?
Yes, it is.
And the firearm that was located in here, is that the revolver that you noted yesterday?
Yes, it is.
13CC, are we still in that same footlocker?
Yes.
And what is the focal point of this photograph?
The knife and the black sheath.
13DD, are we still in the footlocker?
Yes.
And what are we focusing on here?
That butterfly style knife.
Under the butterfly style knife, there's a sheathed knife as well. Is that the same sheathed knife that we saw in the previous photo?
No, it's not.
So this is an additional knife.
Correct.
EE appears to be back in the brother's bedroom. Would you agree?
Yes, it does.
And the object that we're focusing on in this photo is what?
The machete as it was found under the bed.
13FF. What are we seeing in this photo?
It's a title to a vehicle belonging to Dustin Prince that was located inside the black lockbox to kind of show ownership of whose black box it was.
So as far as items located within that locked black container, was this the only piece of identifying information?
I believe so, yes.
So his car title, his bedroom,
Yes.
his gun.
Yes.
Objection. The last part, that's speculation.
The objection is sustained. The jury will disregard the last answer.
Thank you.
13GG, yesterday when we were quickly looking through the photographs, I had mentioned or asked you the question as to whether or not everything that was seen in that reel of photos was collected during the search warrant, and you specifically said not 13GG, correct?
That's correct.
Can you tell us under what conditions or what circumstances 13GG was photographed and collected?
It was photographed upon making contact with Dakota Van Patten before he went to the Marion Police Department for the interview. It's the gun that he advised us was sitting on the couch before we entered.
And when you say it's a gun, is this a replica of a gun or is this a real firearm? What is this?
It's a replica of a 6-hour 1911 style pistol. However, it's a BB gun or an airsoft gun.
Or an airsoft gun?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what it takes.
Okay, but you can say that this does not fire bullets.
That's correct.
Will you clear my screen, Your Honor? While I'm getting my technology, can you tell us, Detective Pope, if as part of your investigation, you had an opportunity to review surveillance video that was obtained of the defendant's vehicle around the 17th and 18th of February?
Yes.
If you'll just bear with me one moment here. Can you tell us what type of camera footage you were able to view?
There are traffic cameras throughout the city of Cedar Rapids.
And was this footage something that was provided to you, or was it something that you yourself collected and obtained?
It was provided to me by the Cedar Rapids Police Department.
Once the footage was provided, did you have an opportunity to review it?
Yes.
And did you find information on all of that camera footage that you thought was important to your investigation?
Yes.
Can you recall the date that you reviewed that footage when you obtained it?
I cannot.
If you wrote in your police report that you reviewed it on April 18th, is there any reason to believe that's not the correct date?
No, there's not.
Generally, can you explain what you found in the files that you received from Cedar Rapids Police Department?
On the evening of the 17th, we were able to locate the 2006 blue Honda Civic owned by the defendant, initially on camera at C Avenue and Collins Road. It turns to the east onto Collins Road and continues on Collins Road into Marion, down Collins Road, where there are no more cameras.
Just to interject a question, you mentioned that this vehicle was a Honda Civic. Was it in fact a Honda Accord?
Oh, yes, that's correct.
Okay, so the blue Honda Accord.
That's correct.
If you were, well, let me ask this. When you were delivered the camera footage, did it come in multiple folders that contained separate video clips of cameras throughout specific areas?
Yes, it did.
And can you recall off the top of your head what those 5 separate folders were titled?
Collins Road, Edgewood Road Northwest, Edgewood Road Southwest, Blair's Ferry, and I can't recall the last one.
Collins Road, Edgewood Southwest, Edgewood Northwest, Collins Northeast, and Blair's Ferry?
Yes, I forgot that there was 2 Collins.
Okay. And if you were able to view a map of the Cedar Rapids, Marion, Hiawatha area, would it help you demonstrate or show us where approximately these cameras are located?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers 3 exhibits. 1A being a map, State's Exhibit 3 being a map, and State's Exhibit 14.
Any objection to 1A, 3, or 14?
No, Your Honor.
1A, 3, and 14 are each admitted.
With the court's permission, I would like to make a brief record on 14.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, 14 is being submitted as a thumb drive. Contained within the thumb drive are 5 separate and individual folders. Folders labeled 1, Collins Road, 2, Edgewood Road Southwest, 3, Edgewood Road Northwest, 4, Collins Road Northeast, 5, Blair's Ferry. And then within each folder are individual clips. As the state publishes those, I will identify the clips within the folders.
That's so cute, Nicole. That's so cute.
Looking first at State's Exhibit 1A, or may I have permission to publish?
You know, it's literally the tiniest dogs that need the most space. And the big dogs think that they can literally fit on a doggy bed that's this big around. Like they get as tied up as and they can sit. You're like, yeah, that you don't fit. That cracks me up.
Publish State's Exhibit 1A, Your Honor.
1A is published now.
Thank you. Investigator Pope, this is a map that you've seen before, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you're looking at the map in State's Exhibits 1A, can you show us approximately the location of the first set of camera clips that are found in the folder labeled Collins Road?
I can try. It's pretty small from,
Let me zoom in just a little bit and see if that'll help, okay?
yes.
Does that help some? Is that easier on you?
Yes.
Show us where we need to be looking. And if I'm seeing what you're doing, you're pointing at the intersection of C Avenue Northeast and Collins Road Northeast.
That's correct.
During the evening hours between approximately 11:17 and 11:20, which direction did these cameras capture the defendant's vehicle traveling?
To the east.
And so that would be to the right.
That's correct.
To give us some perspective on this map, this Collins Road, would you agree, turns into Highway 100?
Yes.
Starts west as Highway 100, transforms into Collins Road, and then the closer you get to Marion, goes back to Highway 100.
That's correct.
Okay. To give us some perspective, this address that's marked just off of Highway 100, 1240 South 12th Street in Marion, whose address is that?
Melody Hoffman's.
Up here at the top of the screen, this 690 Bentley Drive, is that Taya's address?
Yes, it is.
So between 11:17 and 11:20-ish, cameras captured the defendant's car traveling eastbound on Collins Road towards 100 or Collins Road /100.
Yes.
Okay. The next set of clips that you obtained would have been in the Edgewood Road Southwest area. Is that correct?
That's correct.
For whatever reason, this area of the map doesn't like me zooming in and it turns it white, so bear with me here, okay?
Okay.
The camera footage that was captured on the Edgewood Road Southwest folder, can you give us approximately the time range in which the defendant's vehicle was spotted on cameras in that area?
I think it's close to around 3:15 in the morning, but I'm not sure of the exact time.
If you had an opportunity to review your report, would it help you give us the range?
Yes.
Do you have your report up there with
I
you?
do not.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
My report indicates the first sighting of it on Edgewood Road Southwest was 2:56 and 57 seconds in the morning.
And what was the range that in that folder we're going to see that vehicle?
From 2:56, 57 to 3:01, 42 a.m.
Thank you. And just to be clear, Detective Pope, the clips that are contained within the folders, the file numbers or file names that came over marked, did those file names include timestamps within them?
Yes.
Okay. The first camera that caught the defendant's vehicle at approximately 2:56 in the morning in the Edgewood Road Southwest area. Can you recall what street that captured?
Beverly Southwest.
And in looking at this map, are you able to see Beverly Road Southwest?
Yes.
And can you use your laser pointer and show us where we should be looking? That's Edgewood Road Southwest. I'm looking for Beverly.
Beverly's right here, connects.
Okay, so Beverly goes down and connects to Edgewood.
Yes.
Would you agree that Highway 151 turns or connects to Beverly Road there?
Yes.
If you follow Highway 151 southwest, where does Highway 151 lead you?
Initially into Walford. If you continue southwest, I believe it takes you to Amana colonies.
Right to the Lily Pond area?
Yes.
The folders that are included in those clips that you reviewed, do they follow a path north up Edgewood Road
Yes.
before connecting back onto what road?
Collins.
Collins, which would be Highway 100 turning into Collins, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then what's the final folder that you received?
Blair's Ferry at C Avenue. You can see the vehicle turning onto Blair's Ferry westbound from C Avenue.
If Beverly is this west to east road that hits Edgewood, can you, using your laser pointer, I appreciate your patience. Can you walk us or show us the path in which those cameras captured the defendant's vehicle?
Yes. So initially, the vehicle is seen going northbound through the intersection at Beverly and continues northbound on Edgewood. And then we're unable to see it on the Collins Northeast as there was a problem with the file, at least on Edgewood. We weren't able to follow it from the river north. However, we were then able to pick it back up on Collins Road, where it actually turns off on F Avenue, which I believe is right here, but ultimately is last seen at this intersection, turning westbound.
And what is that intersection?
C Avenue and Blair's Ferry Road.
Not looking for specific times, but approximately what time of night is that vehicle last seen on the traffic cameras in that area?
I believe that's closer to 3:15 a.m.
And to be clear, was the defendant then later picked up on surveillance video at a local gas station
Yes.
a couple minutes later?
Yes.
And are you able to tell from this map approximately where that local gas station is, if this is the last intersection traffic cameras caught the defendant?
Yes, it's the red dot marked 1001 Blair's Ferry Road Northeast.
Right here.
Yes.
Okay. So, may I continue to publish admitted exhibits, Your Honor?
You may.
Opening first the Collins Road folder and going to publish the first file labeled 2/17/2024, 11/17/01. Investigator Pope, work me through this title of this file first. 2/17/2024, is that the date?
Yes, it is.
11/17/01, is that the time?
Yes,
PM indicating that it's time in PM.
that's correct.
And counsel, if you would identify, this is Exhibit 14.
Yes, it is, Judge.
Thank you.
I'm going to pause the video or that clip 5 seconds into that video. Investigator Pope, can you identify at this point whether or not you're able to see the defendant's vehicle?
Yes.
Can you point it out for us? Bottom right-hand corner?
Yes, it's this vehicle right here.
And this intersection is the intersection where?
Of C Avenue and Collins Road.
And can you tell us which is which?
This is Collins Road and this is C Avenue.
When the light turned green, what happens with the defendant's vehicle?
It turns left, eastbound on Collins Road.
Let me identify the next clip. Give me 1 second. Next clip, same date, timestamped 11/17/55.
Yes. At approximately 1 second into this video, would you agree there's a vehicle seen? Yes.
And is that the defendant's vehicle?
Yes, it is.
Can you tell us where we're seeing this, what camera this is?
This is Collins Road. The car is traveling on Collins Road. The yellow area here is Northland Drive.
Still going eastbound
Yes,
towards Melody's apartment.
that's correct.
Third clip, timestamped 11/18/00. Can you tell us, firstly, where's the location of this camera?
It's at Collins Road and I believe Twixtown Road.
And can you identify any landmarks on this road?
This is Chick-fil-A. And this is Red Lobster.
And so right over in the Lindale Mall area?
That's correct.
Stopping or pausing at approximately 11 seconds into that video, the dark vehicle heading eastbound on Collins Road in this photograph, is that the defendant's car?
Yes.
Next clip, timestamped 11/18/36. What intersection are we at here?
I'm sorry, the last one actually was, I think, Lindale, or it was for the mall. This one actually is Twixtown Road, because this is Twixtown Road into the shopping complex on the north side of the road, and this is over here, Lindale Mall.
And
this is Collins Road.
Big bright sign on the right side says Best Buy.
Yes.
So defendant heading eastbound, as we're approaching this red light at the top center of the screen, what intersection is up here to give us some perspective?
That's Collins Road and First Avenue.
Would you agree, investigator, that the defendant's road reached that First Avenue and Collins Road intersection and was stuck at a
Hey,
red
hey,
light?
Kylie's mom. Good to see you.
Can we have the lights dimmed, please? Are they dimmed? Can we have them all the way off? Some of these are really dark. Thank you. The 1836 video that we just played ended in 001. Were there 3 different clips that recorded from that same intersection at that same time?
No, I believe they're all the same clip. Somehow they just got sent 3 times.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Starting the second clip that ends with that same timestamp at 002, would you agree that the defendant's lights are already at that intersection?
Yes.
Would you agree that that recording is broken down into 3 clips?
Yes.
And essentially in the second clip, are we just watching the defendant's vehicle still sitting at that red light?
Yes.
Playing the third clip from that same timestamp ending in 003, would you agree that the defendant is still sitting at that intersection?
Yes.
Light turned green approximately 13 seconds in.
Yes.
And when the light turned green, what direction did the defendant's vehicle head?
It continued east.
On Collins Road / Highway 100?
Yes.
Moving next to the second folder titled 2 Edgewood Road Southwest. The first clip shown in this folder titled 2/18/2024 at 2:56:52 a.m.
That's correct.
And is this a clip from the Beverly Road Southwest camera?
Yes.
The vehicle seen driving through that intersection at Beverly and Edgewood, were you able to identify that as the defendant's vehicle?
Yes.
And is that vehicle at that time headed eastbound before it turns to go north on Edgewood?
It appears to just be traveling northbound on Edgewood.
That one is going northbound on Edgewood already?
Yes.
Okay. Second video clip within this folder, timestamp 2:57 and 35 seconds.
That's correct.
Is this, or what camera is this taken from?
It's still on Edgewood and Northwest. I'm not 100% sure without seeing my report what intersection.
Be right back, guys. I gotta run and let Poppy out to use the potty. I'll be right back.
This would be.
If your report mentioned that this is at Highway 30 in Edgewood,
That would be correct.
and approximately 5 seconds or 2 seconds into this video, excuse me, the blue vehicle stopped in the middle of that intersection, stopped because I paused it, excuse me. Is that the defendant's vehicle?
Yes, it is.
And is this vehicle still traveling northbound?
Yes.
Third clip in this file, timestamps 2:58:13. What intersection are we seeing in this clip?
Edgewood, Southwest, and 33rd Avenue.
Vehicle seen approximately 2 seconds into the video. Whose vehicle do you identify that as?
The defendant, McKinley Louisma's.
Still headed northbound,
That's correct.
up towards Highway 100.
Yes.
Fourth clip in this, timestamped 2:58:43. Which intersection is this camera going to be from?
Again, I'm not sure what, it'll be Edgewood, Southwest, and it looks like 29th Avenue, Southwest.
From this clip The right side of the screen is which direction? Would this be northbound on the right side?
Yes.
And at approximately 2 seconds in, the blue Honda Accord stopped in the intersection because I paused it. Whose vehicle do you believe that to be?
The defendant, McKinley Louisma's.
From this camera angle or vantage point, was there anything specific about this clip that drew your attention?
Yes. It appears to be something white on the driver's side of the vehicle. Could be some sort of a logo or something in front of the driver, or it could be the driver's shirt.
Okay. Anything else from this clip?
You can also see an individual in the passenger seat that appears to be a white male.
And I'm going to do my best to pause at a couple of moments during this video. The white that you were speaking of on the driver's side of this vehicle, is that this area?
Yes,
And you mentioned it being a logo or something on someone's shirt?
possibly.
Possibly. Did you have an opportunity to then view surveillance video from that gas station that showed the defendant and Dakota Van Patten entering it?
Yes,
The marks that you see on the driver's side of this vehicle, were they consistent with the logo that you saw on McKinley Louisma's shirt as he entered into that gas station?
yes.
Stopping at approximately 3 seconds into this video, what, if any, observations are you able to see from where I've stopped this video about the occupant of the passenger seat?
Appears to be wearing a dark shirt, a white male. Looks like something's in his right hand or maybe left hand, as well as has either dark hair or something dark on his head.
What you see later in surveillance videos from that gas station, was what you see in the passenger seat of this vehicle consistent with what you see as and who the passenger is that gets out of this vehicle at that gas station?
Yes,
And to be clear, who gets out of the passenger seat at the gas station?
Dakota Van Patten,
And the driver's seat?
McKinley Louisma.
Next video clip, timestamp 2:58:59. Is this video taken from Edgewood Parkway?
Yes.
To be clear, top left of the screen on this clip, is that still heading northbound?
Yes, and it's still Edgewood, southwest. The cross street there is the Parkway.
So cross here is the Edgewood Parkway,
Yes,
kind of left to right?
yeah, I
don't
believe
know.
to the left is Westdale Mall area, and the right is restaurants and other commercial buildings.
Wilson Ave, is that your next clip?
Yes.
And timestamped 2:59:27?
Yes.
The vehicle approaching from the top left of this camera, is that the defendant's vehicle
Yes,
with the headlights right here?
that's correct.
I'm getting a lot of buffering with these videos, so I apologize. Does the defendant's vehicle in this clip eventually pass through the intersection of Wilson and Edgewood,
Yes,
still continuing to head northbound?
that's correct.
Next clip dated 3 o'clock with 22 seconds a.m.
That's correct.
Is this clip taken at 20th Avenue Southwest in Edgewood?
Yes,
And the headlights that are shown in this video, the only headlights shown in this video, is that the defendant's vehicle?
yes,
Still headed northbound
yes, it is.
towards Highway 100.
Yes,
Next video dated, or excuse me, timestamped at 3:01 a.m. with 20 seconds.
That's correct.
And what intersection is this video clip from?
I'd have to see the video.
Okay. Are you able to tell from this video?
I'm not, I can't see the sign in this one.
If your report mentioned 16th Avenue and Edgewood,
Yes,
would that be this intersection?
yes, it would.
Would there be a Walgreens over to the right side of the street?
Yes, I believe that's West Side Spirits.
Right
there-
here?
There in the photo, yes.
KFC over here on the left?
Yes.
Approximately 4 seconds into this video, the dark vehicle in the middle of the intersection, do you believe that to be the defendant's vehicle?
I do.
And is it still heading north,
Yes.
north on Edgewood?
Yes, it is.
Final clip in this folder, timestamped 3:01 and 47 seconds. Is that at the intersection of 12th Avenue Southwest and Edgewood?
Yes.
The vehicle at the top right of the screen now, is that the defendant's vehicle?
Yes.
And so just going back to State's Exhibit 1A, that folder that we just watched, would you agree that it started in the area of Beverly and Edgewood and just followed Edgewood Road up past 16th Avenue, past 12th Avenue?
Yes.
And then the next set of videos or clips that you received, was that a continuation on Edgewood Road, but now on the northwest side of Edgewood Road?
Yes.
Playing from State's Exhibit 14, Your Honor, first clip within the 3 Edgewood Road Northwest folder, dated February 18th, 2024, timestamp 3:02:42 a.m. Approximately 4 seconds into this video, are you able to see the defendant's vehicle?
Yes.
And is this intersection at Johnson Avenue and Edgewood?
Yes, it is.
Second clip, timestamp 3:02:58. Is that at E Avenue in Edgewood?
Yes.
Ah, hey, look at Margaret coming in. Member for 3 months. Three months. Thank you for your sweet little membership milestone chat. Margaret, thank you so much. She said, I made it. We've missed you, man. We've missed you. Here, let's get a little bit of sparkle, shall we? That's my favorite. All right. So I went to let the popsters out to use the pot tea. And while I was letting little Miss Poppy out to use the pot tea, I grabbed a quick little bite of some leftovers that we had. And grabbed myself a sun-kissed. Anyway. All right, let's get back to this. But welcome, Margaret. I'm glad you made it in, ma'am. I'm glad you made it in. I love your beautiful face. They're nailing down this guy's,
On the video or on the screen, are you able to see the defendant's vehicle at this point?
going twos and
Yes,
fro's.
it's, has another vehicle that's caught up with it. It's those two vehicles. It's the smaller of the two vehicles there, the one on the left or the bottom.
The one on the bottom
Yes,
is the defendant's vehicle.
yes.
And is this vehicle still heading north up Edgewood?
Celebrate good
Yes, it is.
times, come on.
Third clip, timestamp 3:03:27.
Here, you guys, you want a little bit of ASMR? Here you go. I've got a pop can. I'm going to open it for you. Let me know how it sounds. Hold on. Hold your ears just in case it's loud. Ready? How did that sound? Did that sound good? All right, let's go.
Does that show the defendant at F Avenue?
Yes.
Stopping at 3 seconds in, are you able to see the defendant's vehicle?
Yes, it's just crossing that crosswalk at F Avenue.
The second video we watched in that clip was at E Avenue, correct?
Yes.
And just to give us some context on State's Exhibit 1A again, can you use your laser pointer and show us where E Avenue is at on this map?
It's right there.
I'm not going to play the clips, but we also have one from Edgewood and O, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then did you collect another one from Edgewood and Ellis Road Northwest?
Yes.
Can you see Ellis Road Northwest on this map?
Yes.
Can you point that out for us?
It's right there.
The next folder that you received, was that titled or labeled Collins Road Northeast?
Yes.
And were there 3 video clips associated with Collins Road Northeast?
Yes.
Can you tell us the first clip in that folder time-stamped or dated February 18th, 2024 at 3:12:12 a.m.? What intersection is the first intersection we see in that video?
I believe it's Collins and Council Road.
And are you able to see Council Road on this map?
Yes.
Can you point it out for us?
It's right here. It's right here, and then there's the intersection of Collins and Council.
Is the the third video that you have Collins and Rockwell Drive Northeast?
Yes.
Are you able on here to see Collins and Rockwell Drive, or give us an approximation of where it's at?
I believe it's right here.
In between Council and C Avenue?
That's correct.
And then the final clip in that folder, is that at the intersection of F Avenue Northeast and Collins?
Yes, it is.
Where on this map, if you can see it, is F Avenue?
I believe it's right here.
Below your comment. Was it pitiful? I need to up my microphone game. Sometimes you hear those pop cans and it's like very, good. Mine wasn't good. I'll have to go back and listen to it. Oh, you're out of work in 15 minutes. Yay! Out of jail.
And for the record, I'm going to publish all 3 of those videos in succession.
That comment made me laugh, though. The goosebumps. Not goosebumps worthy. Daggone it. Right, Margaret? I was waiting on it. I was waiting on it.
Hard to see, but the street sign in the top right of this, does that say Council Street?
Yes, it does.
Second clip, 3/12/59. Is that the defendant's vehicle that you see there?
Yes, it is.
What happens with the defendant's vehicle at F Avenue?
It turns left or north onto F Avenue.
So while on Council Road, is the defendant heading back east?
Yes.
And when he makes that left at F Avenue, is he then going north?
Yes, he is.
Morgana. Dang it. I was hoping it would be really good. Now I really got to go back and listen.
In the file folder labeled Blair's Ferry,
I have to up my game.
how many video clips did you get there?
One.
And
I have to
can
up
you tell
my,
us, or am I correct in
game.
that one clip is dated February 18th, 2024, 3:15:49 a.m.?
Yes, it is.
Before I play that video, I just want to reference back to 1A. Can you tell us or show us on this map where this camera from Blair's Ferry is? Approximately.
I'm sorry. I'm
It's at
tickled
Blair's Ferry, yes.
over the no goosebumps.
And if I understood you correctly, that's the last place that the city cameras caught the defendant's vehicle before a few seconds after that, he was at the gas station.
That's correct.
To give us some context, the street that the defendant turned left onto, this is Blair's Ferry?
Yes, it is.
I got my other hand of nails back on. They match my shirt, too. Pretty.
Investigator Pope, would you agree that the quickest route, most natural route of travel from Lily Pond back to Blair's Ferry is up that 151 to Beverly, where it connects with Edgewood, Edgewood up to Highway 100, Highway 100 over?
Yes.
Essentially the route of travel that the defendant took?
Yes.
I don't have any additional questions, Your Honor.
Cross?
No cross, thank you.
All right, we're going to go ahead and take a morning recess then. It'll be about 15 minutes. Have a good break, and please remember the admonition.
All right. Where's Henny's wee? I need Henny's wee. Okay, scooching on through their little breaky poo.
You can all be seated. All right, we're back on the record in FECR 153477.
There's Henny's
Is the state
wee.
prepared to call its next witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may do so.
With the court's permission, the state would recall Detective Pope.
You're still under oath. Go ahead, have a seat. Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Pope, I had a couple of follow-up questions for you. Firstly, was the defendant's vehicle searched?
Yes.
And was that done pursuant to a search warrant?
Yes, it was.
When the defendant's vehicle was searched, was there a bag found in the trunk of his car?
Yes, there was.
And were there several items of evidentiary value found within that bag?
Yes.
Can you describe the bag for us?
It was a mint green colored plastic bag.
Mint green colored?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to republish a portion of Exhibit 14.
Are you ready?
I am, Judge.
Publishing now.
And just to make the record clear, within 14, I am in file or folder titled 5, Blair's Ferry, and going to play the only clip within that folder.
Go ahead.
Investigator Pope, in watching that clip again, and I'll pause it the second go around, but is there anything specific that you noticed or observed in that clip that you wanted to draw to our attention?
Yes, behind the driver's seat, it appears to be a mint green object sitting in the back seat.
In the back seat of the vehicle?
Yes.
And where I've paused it at approximately 3 seconds into this video, are you able to see the mint green object in which you were referring?
Yes.
Can you point it out for us? Just to be clear, when the defendant is later seen on surveillance video, is there anything about his outfit that's mint green?
No.
When the defendant's vehicle was searched mere hours after this, was there anything mint green other than that bag in the trunk that was located within this vehicle?
No.
To your knowledge, during the search warrants that were conducted on the properties, was there anything mint green that was discovered or collected?
No.
And what is your opinion of what that mint green object is in the backseat of that vehicle?
The bag that was later retrieved from the trunk during the search warrant.
I don't have any additional questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Cross.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you.
If the court would clear my screen, please.
All right, the state can call its next witness.
State calls Adam Paulson.
I would have asked for one.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If you would please start by stating and spelling your full name for the record.
Adam, A-D-A-M, Paulson, P-A-U-L-S-E-N.
Thank you. Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you first start out by telling us how you're employed?
I am a sergeant at the Marion Police Department.
How long have you been employed with the Marion Police Department?
10 years.
And out of that 10 years, how long have you been a sergeant?
Approximately 6 months, a little less.
Prior to your role as a sergeant with the Marion Police Department, what other roles or titles, for lack of a better word, have you held within the police department?
I was an investigator assigned to the Investigations Bureau most recently prior to being a sergeant.
And how long have you spent in the Investigations Bureau?
A little over 2 years.
Can you tell us a little bit about your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree from Western Illinois University in Law Enforcement and Justice Administration, and then I'm a graduate of the Iowa Law Enforcement Academy.
Somebody better
And
make
have you
Margaret
received
her
additional
coffee.
specialized training as a part of your role as an investigator or detective with Marion PD?
Yes, namely in interview and interrogation and photography.
Were you assigned to the Investigatory Bureau or Department approximately February 18th, 2024?
Yes.
And did you also have an opportunity to become involved in the homicide investigation related to Melody Hoffman?
Yes.
Can you tell us how you became involved?
I got notified that we had a potential missing persons case and was tasked to come in and assist with that.
And so did you come in and assist with that?
I did.
When you got into the police department, was the Marion Police Department already in possession of or have access to Melody Hoffman's cell phone.
Yes.
Can you tell us what kind of phone that was? Or
It
is?
was an Apple iPhone.
Do you know any more specifics about what type of iPhone it is?
It was an iPhone Pro Max.
Within the Marion Police Department, is there a person who's assigned as an evidence technician?
Yes.
And did that evidence technician complete a forensic download of Melody Hoffman's phone?
Yes.
Once that download is completed, is there a type of report or something that's generated from that download?
Yes.
And did you review that downloaded report?
I did.
While examining the contents of the download, did you observe a data entry under wireless network?
Yes.
And can you tell us what that entry, what it told you?
It showed that Melody's phone had connected to a hotspot Wi-Fi network that was 1+ Nord and 200 5G was the network name.
One, like the word written out,
Yes.
plus word written out,
Yes.
Nord, N200 5G.
Correct.
I want to show you a couple of exhibits here, previously marked as States Exhibits A, B, and C. Excuse me, 16A, B, and C. Do you see those up on your screen?
I do not. Now I do.
Now you do? Okay. Do you recognize what's contained in these exhibits?
Yes.
And I'm going to go a little bit out of chronological order with these, but are these images related to your examination of Melody Hoffman's phone?
Yes.
And was this done approximately February 18th, 2024?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would offer 16A, 16B, 16C.
Any objection to exhibits 16A, B, and C?
No, Your Honor.
Exhibit 16A, 16B, and 16C are admitted.
And with the court's permission, Your Honor, may I have permission to publish?
Published now.
I want to start first with 16C. Can you tell us what it is we're seeing in this photograph or in this exhibit?
This is part of the phone download report that was previously mentioned, and it is the wireless network entry. It shows that Melody's iPhone was connected to the 1+ Nord and 200 5G network twice on February 18th, 2024.
Okay, let me back up for a second. So on this printout, this came from the download.
Correct.
And then you said that it shows on this printout that Melody's phone was connected to the hotspot 1+ Nord and 200 5G.
Correct.
And is that the title that we're seeing next to SSID?
Yes, SSID is a fancy name for network name.
Network name, okay. So within this document, are you able to see the last time Melody's phone was manually connected to that hotspot?
Yes,
And what time was that?
1:01 a.m.
On this exhibit, it also references the last time Melody's phone auto-connected to that hotspot. Do you see that as well?
Yes,
And what time did Melody's phone auto-connect to that hotspot?
2:52 a.m.
Going to publish for you 16A. In 16A, is this Melody's cell phone?
Yes,
In this exhibit, are we on a screen titled Wi-Fi?
yes.
And can you explain to us what path you took within the phone to get to this screen?
Yes, so under the Settings app on an Apple iPhone, you go to Settings, Wi-Fi, and once you're in Wi-Fi, there's a button that says Edit, which then will bring up a list of these saved networks.
And when you say saved networks, tell us what that means.
Networks that have been previously connected to the phone, and the user has selected to save them, which includes the password and whether or not the phone is set up to auto-connect again to that Wi-Fi.
In looking at the list of Wi-Fi networks that Melody connected to, is there any particular order in the list that's shown here?
Yes, they are alphabetical.
Were you able, on this phone, or within the phone, to find the OnePlus Nord N200 5G network in her list?
Yes,
And is that the one that I'm highlighting right now?
it is.
4 up from the bottom?
Yes.
If you look in the same line as the OnePlus Nord and move over to the right, there's a little padlock looking thing. Would you agree?
Yes.
Do you know what that padlock does?
I believe that just means it is password protected.
And further right past the padlock, there is a blue eye with a blue circle around it.
Yes.
What happens if you click on that blue eye?
It will bring up more information about that network.
And is that blue information, or the information that's contained behind that blue eye, what is shown in States 16B?
Yes.
I want to zoom in on this just a little bit here. So this that we see on this phone is what pops up once that eye is clicked.
Correct.
In general, what does this screen tell us about the phone?
It shows if the phone is set up to auto-join that network. It shows if the password for that network is saved, and it just gives some other technical information as far as like the Wi-Fi's address.
Does it show you that the OnePlus Nord N200 5G, I'm just going to call it the OnePlus Nord, that this is a private Wi-Fi network?
Yes,
And how are you able to determine that this is a private Wi-Fi network?
because it has a password.
The password to the network, has it been entered into this phone?
Yes,
And how can you tell that?
because you can see next to password that it has a characters entered next to it.
And just for the record, what are the characters listed next to that password?
1132 DLVP.
After the password is manually entered in the phone, does the operator or user of the phone have an option to turn on a setting so that every time this phone is in range of that hotspot, it will automatically connect?
Yes,
Where is that seen on this screen?
it is the first white line on the screen where it says auto join, and then since the box to the right is green, it means it is checked and turned on.
So this line here?
Correct.
So the phone has been connected manually at least once, the password's entered, and then the option to automatically connect to this Wi-Fi network has been turned on.
Correct.
You said 1132 DLVP, correct?
Yes.
Can you remind us what Dakota Van Patten's middle name is?
Lyle.
Lyle?
Correct.
Dakota Lyle Van Patten?
Yes.
On February 19th of 2024, did you, Your Honor, if you clear my screen, please. On February 19th, did you and investigator Peterson
Morgana calling me
interview
out
Dakota
over
Van
here.
Patten at the Marion Police Department?
Yes.
And prior to the interview, was his phone seized by investigators?
Yes.
I have
What
to
type of
feed my
phone
cows.
did he own at that time?
A OnePlus Nord N200.
During the interview with Dakota Van Patten, did you ask him what the password was for his hotspot?
Yes,
And did he provide you with that answer?
he did.
And what was the password to his hotspot that Dakota Van Patten gave you?
1132 DLVP.
The same one found in Melody's phone.
Correct.
And when he provided you with that password, was he or was he not in possession of his phone?
He was not.
So that was a password that he knew by memory.
Correct.
Did he also confirm the name of his
Hey,
Wi-Fi
Cherie.
or hotspot network?
He did.
And was that the OnePlus Nord
Hey.
N200 5G?
Yes.
Right, Donnie? I gotta feed
Investigator
my
Paulson,
cows.
did you also become involved in collection
let 'em starve.
of surveillance video from a Quick Star?
I did.
And can you recall what the address of that Quick Star was?
1001 Blair's Ferry Road, Cedar Rapids.
And what, if you know, was the closest major intersection to that Quick Star?
Blair's Ferry and C Avenue.
Can you tell us what led you to be looking for surveillance video or evidence of the defendant at that location?
During Louisma's interview, he had mentioned that he went to a Quick Star with Van Patten That Quick Start was, and he said it was near a Burger King. That Quick Start is near a Burger King, and it was near an area where they were last seen on traffic camera footage.
Was there a specific time range or hour range that you inquired about when you reached out to the folks at Quick Start to get the video?
Yes,
And what was that hour range?
3 a.m. to 4 a.m.,
On what date?
February 18th.
When you contacted the folks over at the Quick Start, what other information did you provide to them for them to use in assistance with trying to find some of this footage?
I advised them I was looking for a blue Honda Accord, and I provided them a still shot from the Cedar Rapids traffic camera of the blue Honda Accord. And I also advised them I was looking for a skinny white male and a heavier set black male.
Were you successful in obtaining
Hi, Melinda.
footage from Quick Start?
Yes,
And did they, I say they, Quick Start people, send you still shots from their footage prior to you ever receiving video?
they did.
And the photos that you got, did those photos come from multiple different camera angles?
Yes.
Was there any particular chronology in the photos when you got them, or they just gave you a bunch of photos?
There was no particular order.
After you got these still shots, did you then get an actual video from them?
Yes.
And can you tell us just generally what the video showed?
The video shows the blue Honda Accord arrive at Quick Start. McKinley, Louisma, and Dakota Van Patten enter the store. They approach the counter, have a brief interaction with the clerk, make a purchase. They proceed to the bathroom and then leave the store.
You mentioned that they made a purchase while up at the counter with the clerk. Were you able to determine during your investigation what it was that they purchased at that counter?
Yes, they purchased cigarettes and a type of cigar.
And did you also get some sort of a printout that depicted that transaction?
Yes.
I want to show you what has previously been marked as States Exhibit 15B through 15Q. Do you have that up there now?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to scroll through these. Do you recognize the images that are depicted in this sequence of exhibits?
Yes.
And can you tell us just briefly what they are?
This is the images I received from Quick Start.
Your Honor, the state offers 15B through 15Q.
Any objection to 15B through 15Q?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibits 15B through 15Q are admitted.
And the video that you received from the Quick Star marked as States Exhibit 15A, was that something that you provided to the Lynn County Attorney's Office?
Yes.
And is that the video that you received from the Quick Trip folks?
Yes.
Or Quick Star folks? Okay. Your Honor, state also offers 15A.
Any objection to 15A?
No objection, Your Honor.
15A is admitted.
May I have permission, Your Honor, to publish the exhibits?
Which one are you publishing?
I'm going to do all of 15.
You may do so.
Starting first with States Exhibit 15B, can you tell us firstly what time stamp is shown on this exhibit?
3:17 a.m.
On what date?
February 18th, 2024.
And what in particular are we, or should we be focused on in this exhibit?
The vehicle in the background of the photo.
This one?
Correct.
And what do you believe that vehicle shows?
The vehicle owned by McKinley Louisma.
On 15C or in 15C, what are we seeing here?
You're able to see that there appears to be 2 occupants in the vehicle.
And are you familiar with both McKinley Louisma and Dakota Van Patten?
Yes.
From this angle, are you able to determine who the driver is?
Yes.
Who's that?
McKinley Louisma.
And who's the passenger?
Dakota Van Patten.
And what is the date and timestamp on this photo?
It is February 18th, 2024 at 3:17 a.m.
In 15D, what are we seeing here?
You are seeing McKinley Louisma entering the store.
And 15E, what are we seeing?
You can see McKinley Louisma and Dakota Van Patten entering the store.
There is a laser pointer up there, I believe. And on the face of it, there's a little green button.
Yep.
It only works on the big screen, but can you point out for us who is who?
In the front is McKinley Louisma, and the rear is Dakota Van Patten.
15F, what are we seeing?
You are seeing Dakota Van Patten entering the store.
And the silhouette that's kind of blocked by the door a little bit here, who's this?
McKinley Louisma.
15G, what do we
Photograph
see?
containing McKinley Louisma. And you can see his shirt, sweatshirt that appears to have a Technoblade Never Dies and a logo.
And when you say a logo, would you agree that it's a rather large logo?
Yes,
Bright against the black sweatshirt?
yes.
15H, what are we seeing in this photograph?
That is the rear of McKinley Louisma's vehicle where they parked it in front of the store.
And so the vehicle being partially blocked by these gas pumps, is this the blue Honda Accord that you're referring to?
It is.
15I, tell me what we're seeing here.
This is McKinley Louisma and Dakota Van Patten at the counter.
And 15J?
McKinley Louisma and Dakota Van Patten at the counter making their purchase with the sales clerk.
15K?
McKinley Louisma and Dakota Van Patten walking to the bathroom.
15L?
McKinley Louisma and Dakota Van Patten walking to the bathroom still.
15M?
McKinley Louisma and Dakota Van Patten exiting the store.
15N?
McKinley Louisma and Dakota Van Patten exiting the store.
And the main focal point of this exhibit, that's Dakota Van Patten.
Correct.
15O?
McKinley Louisma and Dakota Van Patten going towards the bathroom.
And what are we seeing in 15P?
The third car from the bottom is the blue Honda Accord, and you can see a subject getting into the trunk of that vehicle, and that is McKinley Louisma.
And when you say that is McKinley Louisma, he's the person getting into the trunk.
Correct.
15Q, firstly, tell us what this document is.
That is the receipt from the transaction at Quickstar.
The name listed in the, I think, fifth column here, who do you know this person to be?
That is the name of the Quickstar clerk.
Okay, so the employee of the gas station.
Correct.
And at approximately 3:20 in the morning on the 18th, what specifically did the defendant and Dakota Van Patten purchase from that Quickstar?
Black and Mild cigars and Marlboro Special Blend cigarettes.
Shows they paid in cash, got change back.
Yes.
I'm going to publish for you State's Exhibit 15A. Before we play through that, I just want to ask you a clarifying question. Is Quickstar and Quick Trip owned by the same company?
Yes, they are.
And so sometimes are they interchanged depending on who's sending you what?
Yes.
So even though this video came over titled as Quick Trip video, this is a video from the Quickstar that was there on Blair's Ferry Road?
Correct.
Okay. In the first 20 seconds or so of this video, the defendant and Dakota Van Patten entered the store. They made a right, but it would be our left. What is down that way when you make that left? Are those the bathrooms down there?
I'm not entirely certain what is that way.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no sound, P. Lola. This is just surveillance from the gas station or convenience store, whatever it's called. So there's no audio for that. Drive safe. No texting and driving, ma'am. Yeah, the time clock is still going on the surveillance camera. I know we don't really see anything moving, but they're playing the whole thing, I guess, from when they enter to when they leave. Y'all ever go into the gas station and you leave with a whole sack? You go in to buy gas, right? Or to get a Polar Pop or something. And you leave there with a sack of Slim Jims and candy bars and peanuts and they get you with them Slim Jims, man. I love a good Slim Jim. Original. QB said those pickle flavored ones. What? I gotta try a pickle flavor Slim Jim though. That sounds good. I would try it.
Thank you. Investigator Paulson, in watching that video and viewing the photos that were sent over to you, can you describe for us your impression of the interactions between the defendant and Dakota Van Patten?
It seemed very casual, and nothing seemed out of the ordinary.
Yes, Nicole,
When
that
you
drives me crazy.
viewed all of those things, was there any point in the photos or the video where you observed either of them to be carrying any weapons?
She don't turn her microphone
Any
off. It
point
drives me
in
crazy.
the videos or the photos where you observed what you would believe to be a firearm?
No,
Anywhere in their waistbands?
no,
Anything that indicated to you that the hooded sweatshirts they were wearing were being weighed down by a heavy object?
no.
When those two arrived at this gas station, who led them into the store?
McKinley Louisma.
And who led them around in the store?
McKinley Louisma.
And when they were
Somebody
at the
mentioned that
counter,
the other day, Morgana. Was it
who appeared to be
Patricia?
interacting with the clerk behind the counter?
McKinley Louisma.
And remind us who paid.
McKinley Louisma.
And then the two of them went off screen for a while and came back. Who led them off screen and back on screen?
McKinley Louisma.
And the first one out of the door?
McKinley Louisma?
Was there any point or period while they were in public on this video interacting that it appeared to you that Mr. Louisma was attempting to get help or assistance from clerks or people in the public or anything?
There was not.
Yeah, never smack the
Pack of
pickle.
Black and Milds, pack of cigarettes, right?
Correct.
And you would agree that both of those are relatively small
So it was Patricia.
pocket size.
Yes.
It was Patricia that mentioned it.
When the defendant left the store, was there anything in his hands big enough that needed to be put in the trunk?
No.
I would try one. I haven't seen them though, so
Was there anything in this video that indicated to you
guilty.
that either McKinley Louisma or Dakota Van Patten was in fear or afraid?
No.
Anything that indicated they were in fear or afraid of each other?
No.
No,
Investigator,
Nicole, you're not
can you
losing
tell
it.
us generally what, I think it's called Apple Health Data is?
Yes. Apple has an application on their phone that is labeled health. It contains things such as your steps, heart rate, and loud decibel events that have been detected.
And is this Apple Health Data something that, I'm not technical, so that's in or embedded or an app on Melody's phone?
It is.
Okay. When you were doing an examination, well, let me ask this. Did you do an actual examination of Melody's physical phone, the actual device?
Yes.
And when you were in there moving around within the phone, was that February 18th?
Yes.
When you were in there within the phone, did you have an opportunity to go to and or observe her Apple Health Data?
I did.
Was there any information within that Apple Health Data that drew your attention to it?
Yes, there was data related to a decibel event. There was a loud decibel reading that was recorded that then triggered an alert.
Let me stop you there. When you say a decibel event, does this program capture an abnormally loud noise?
Yes.
Okay, so we've got a decibel reading that was captured. What else, if anything, was captured?
There was heart rate data from Melody's Apple Watch that she had been wearing.
And what information did you see related to the heart rate data?
That there was a period of an elevated heart rate, and then the data stopped recording.
Couple of questions. When you say elevated heart rate, was this just a little rise, or how would you describe the degree of increase in the heart rate?
You could see an extreme change from what her trending resting heart rate was
To a
to an
moment.
upward moment, a very high moment where she had a high heart rate.
And then you said that the watch, right after that rise, quit tracking data.
Correct.
What does it indicate to you when the watch quit tracking her heart rate data?
It could indicate that it was either disconnected from her body or that her heart rate stopped.
The decibel reading, the increase, extreme increase in heart rate, and then the data stopping, was that all, did that all happen at the same time?
Yes.
Okay. When you observed the spike, the decibel reading, the ceasing of heartbeat being read, approximately, what time was all of that, all of those events happening?
At approximately midnight on February 18th.
In the midnight hour?
Correct.
Okay. Now, are there reports from this forensic download that the evidence technician did on the phone that captured that information?
There's not.
Why?
Melody's iPhone was using a beta version of Apple's operating system, and due to it being on a beta version, it did not computer translate with our download software, so we were not able to get a complete and full download of her phone.
When I hear the word beta, I think like inferior, I don't know. Was it a lesser version, or what do you mean by a beta version?
It was a test version that Apple had released to users to try if they chose. It was not a full version that had been vetted and released like would be typically on somebody's phone. She was using a test version of the operating system.
So would it be fair to say that the program that does the forensic download was not compatible with that test version?
Correct.
Okay, so when the download happened, that application's data was not collected because of the incompatibility.
Correct.
And did you realize that?
No, not initially.
When you did realize it, what did you do to try and correct the lack of data being captured from that app?
We tried to go back to Melody's physical device, her phone, and retrieve that data. However, it was inoperable.
Okay, so you went back and got her phone, tried to power it on to get back to that same place, and you couldn't get it.
Correct.
And when you say it was inoperable, would it even power at all?
It would not.
Earlier, when Megan Hoffman testified, she described the phone as being shattered and there being shards of glass. Would you agree that that's an accurate description of this phone?
Yes.
And, Your Honor, if I may approach the witness.
You may.
Investigator Paulson, I'm going to show you what has previously been marked as State's Exhibit 16E. Do you recognize this item?
Yes.
And what do you recognize this item to be?
Melody Hoffman's phone.
Your Honor, State offers 16E.
Any objection, 16E?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 16E is admitted.
May I have permission to publish this exhibit, Your Honor?
You may.
And can I do that with the assistance of the Elmo?
You may.
Investigator Paulson, while we're pulling up the Elmo, would you agree that this phone has a phone case?
Yes.
Tell us about this phone case. How did it get on this phone?
It would have to have been put on by Melody Hoffman.
One more. All right. Front of the phone,
Correct.
back of the phone.
Correct.
When you got this phone, this case was on, if you recall.
I didn't initially receive the phone. It was received by a different officer.
Sure, but when you got it in your possession, was this case on?
Yes.
So you can't say when or how it got put there?
I cannot.
On this phone, should this area be solid
Yes.
and good and shattered?
It should not be shattered, no.
Okay. And this area specifically at the bottom of the phone, would you also agree that that's shattered and has shards?
Yes.
Would you expect this phone to fall apart if the case was removed from it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, thank you, Your Honor. Is this the type of damage to a phone that you would expect to see if it was dropped out or thrown out of a vehicle on an on-ramp?
No. I would say it's more consistent with the phone that had been ran over by a vehicle.
Okay. I would like to also show you what's been previously marked as 16D2.
I can see it now.
And do you recognize the document that's contained within 16D2?
Yes.
And just generally, can you tell us what this document depicts?
It is part of the download report.
And does this page give you information related to voicemails that were left?
Yes.
And when you say the download report and voicemails that were left, are those related to Melody Hoffman's phone?
Yes.
So voicemails that have been left on her device?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, the state offers 16D2.
Any objection to 16D2?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 16D2 is admitted.
May I publish 16D2, please?
16D2 is published.
On 16D2, what information did you find to be important to this investigation?
You can see that a voicemail was left on February 18th, 2024 at 3:13 a.m.
And where do you see that at?
Item listed as number 1, top of the list.
In this area?
Yep,
So the voicemail that would come in would be timestamped in this column,
correct,
and on the 18th to 3:13, a voicemail was left.
correct.
Under the from category, is that the phone number for the caller that left the voicemail?
Yes,
Duration is how long the voicemail lasted?
correct.
Were you able, through your investigation, to determine what this voicemail was?
Yes.
And what was it?
It was emergency communications checking on a crash notification that they had received from the device.
So when that crash notification came across the phone, that's something that's automatically relayed to 911?
Correct,
And then once 911 received it, they contacted the owner of the phone?
correct.
Was that voicemail captured?
It was.
Your Honor, the state offers Exhibit 16D1, recording of that voicemail that was left.
Any objection to 16D1?
No objection, Your Honor.
16D1 is received.
And may I publish that?
You may.
Your phone just called in saying that you may have been. This is 911. Your phone just called in saying that you may have been in an accident. We have responders headed to that GPS location. If you're able, call us back either on 911 or 319-286-5491.
I don't have any additional questions for this witness, Your Honor.
We're at the noon hour, so I think we'll go ahead and recess. Jurors, there's a matter that we're going to be working on over lunch that doesn't concern the jury, so I'm going to have you come back a little bit later at 1:45 today, hopefully to avoid you waiting. So it's a little bit longer break today. Please remember the admonition I've given you throughout the case, and we'll see you back here at 1:45. Have a good lunch.
Okay, let's scroll. Uh, I wish that they all would, Henny. Or not Henny. I saw Henny's comment, wee, but I meant to say, I wish they all would, Miss King. Very annoying when they don't. Okay.
All right, we're back on the record in FECR 153477. Jurors, it took longer than we thought, so I'm sorry about that. When we left off, the defense was about to do cross-examination for Sergeant Paulson. So Sergeant Paulson, you're still under oath, and Mr. Moore, Ms. Eimerman, you can conduct your cross-examination.
Your Honor, my apologies for interrupting, but the agreement of the parties is that the state was going to reopen the record to complete a couple of extra questions on direct examination before we switched across, if that was okay with the court.
Yep, very well, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Investigator Paulson, welcome back.
Thank you.
Thank you. I know prior to lunch, we went through several exhibits, some of which included still shots and video from the Quick Star on Blairs Ferry Road.
Correct.
Though we only up to this point have published and offered one video clip, when Quickstar reached out or got back with you, were several files from multiple different camera angles sent to you.
They were.
And in one of the photos that we saw earlier, you noted that the photo depicted the defendant in the trunk of his vehicle.
Correct.
Were you able to observe a camera angle from within Quickstar, or at the Quickstar, that showed video of that incident?
Yes.
And was that camera angle titled Front Walk?
Yes.
And you've reviewed that?
Yes.
On the disc that you reviewed, would you agree that there is a video player as well as 24 different angles from Quickstar that are included within that disc?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would offer 15R.
Any objection to 15R?
No objection, Your Honor.
15R is admitted.
And may I have permission to publish portion of that exhibit, Your Honor?
All right, I'm publishing 15R now.
Within the video player that comes from the Quickstar, is there a capability within that player to do some zooming in and some zooming out?
Yes.
I'm going to fast forward to approximately 3:24 and play from there. The two people that just emerged from the Quickstar, is that the defendant and Dakota Van Patten?
Yes.
And this dark blue vehicle that I'm circling third from the bottom, is that the vehicle that belongs to the defendant?
Yes.
After you watched this video segment, can you tell us what you saw that we should expect to see in watching this?
You can see McKinley Louisma go into the rear passenger compartment of the vehicle and retrieve a bag before going around to the trunk and placing that bag in the trunk.
And when you say the rear passenger's compartment, we're talking driver's side, back seat?
Correct.
Okay. The object that we viewed in the defendant's hand being put into the trunk, based on the totality of your investigation, is that bag or that item consistent in size, shape, and color with the mint green bag that was found in the trunk during the search of the defendant's vehicle?
Yes.
I don't have any additional questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor. Investigator Paulson, when you noted that there was an extreme increase in heart rate on the Apple Health data for Melody Hoffman, are you able to give a number or some kind of information as to how much it increased?
I am not.
And so when you testify as to that information that you gleaned from her phone or other device, you're operating from memory today?
Correct.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect?
You're operating from memory because you didn't document it when you first saw it, correct?
Correct.
And is that because you thought that that information was going to be picked up in the download?
Yes.
And when you realized that it wasn't picked up in the download, you tried to go back and get it?
Correct.
And the phone was not operable?
Correct.
Because it was crushed?
Correct.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. State can call its next witness.
State calls Tom Peterson.
you swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
If you would please start by stating and spelling your full name for the record.
Thomas Peterson, Thomas Peterson.
Thank you. Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Officer Peterson.
Good afternoon.
We're going to have you tell us a little bit about yourself here. What is your occupation?
I'm a police officer at the Marion Police Department
And how long have you been a police officer at the Marion Police Department?
for 12 years.
What's your current assignment?
Investigations Division.
What's your current rank?
Sergeant.
And now I'm going to call you Sergeant Peterson instead of Officer Peterson.
That's okay.
How long have you been, well, tell us about the various assignments that you've had with the Marion Police Department. Just give us kind of a history.
Prior to go to investigations, I was on patrol for 9 years. I was a field training officer for 6 years. I am currently a U.S. Marshals Task Force officer for their fugitive task force. I also am on the SWAT team as a sniper, an Alice instructor, so for active shooter and training, and then also a simulations instructor for force on force.
Have you had any other positions in law?
Oh, goodness. Donnie coming in with a Crime Cafe membership. Look at that. Who got it? Who got it? Who got it? Who got it? Thank you, Donnie. That's very sweet, ma'am. Thank you very much. QB got it? No way. QB Designs. Lord have mercy. She switched. I think she switched her membership from her QB Designs account to her QB Investigates membership or account channel. So now she's got two. Yay. Thank you, Donnie. That's super sweet of you, ma'am. I appreciate it so much. Here, let me throw a little sparkle at you. Hey, Aurelia. Good to see you. How does that work? Listening and working today. Oh, you working and lurking today, Aurelia. It's good to see you. How does what work, honey? I'm not sure. I don't know if you mean something that he said on the stand or if you mean the membership thing, or I'm not sure what you mean. Sweetheart, I hope you're having a good day. Hope you're having a great day. Oh, the membership gifting stuff. So hold on. This chapstick. So the membership gifting, do you have your hold on a minute. I'm trying to think. What is it called? Brand. If your account is considered a brand account, which is how it, I guess, whenever you create your YouTube account, if you choose the brand account versus a personal account, then it won't let you turn your membership gifting option on. But if you should be able to click on the little gift button, or the thing where it says in the chat that Donnie gifted one, something like that. I'm not exactly positive. But you should be able to click on that and then allow membership gifting. But I was told a while back, or read somewhere, that said that you don't have to turn them on anymore. They're just automatic. Like you'll automatically, but that you don't, whenever someone gifts a membership, Aurelia, they can't pick and choose who they want it to go to. They just gift a membership, and then YouTube like randomly gives it to someone in that is subscribed to the channel. But yeah, yeah, totally random. Yep. It is nice. It's a cool thing. It's really cool. Okay. All right, let's get back to this. But again, thank you, Donnie. I appreciate it so much. All right, are you right? Are you guys ready? Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. This guy looks like he means business.
Law enforcement other than the ones you've just described for us as a Marion police officer?
Prior to becoming a law enforcement officer in Iowa, I was in the United States Air Force as security forces. I had about 4 weeks of training with the security forces during their technical school.
Now tell us a little bit about your background before becoming a police officer, your education, any other training and experience that you've had in the area.
I graduated high school from Marion High School in 2005, and after that I went to the Air Force, like I said, spent 4 years in the Air Force. I was on the security side, but not law enforcement. I did have the law enforcement training. After the Air Force, I went to Kirkwood Community College for 2 years and graduated with an associate's degree in criminal justice. During that time, I had an internship for 6 months with the Marion Police Department. And then in 2012, I was hired by the Marion Police Department and attended the Iowa Law Enforcement Academy in Johnston, Iowa. After that, I have attended several different courses related to investigations. One, most notably, would be the Southern Institute, or Policing Institute of Louisville, Kentucky, for their homicide course, which is 80 hours long. It covers various things that incorporate for homicide investigations. I've also been to CTK groups and interview interrogation classes, the basic and advanced. And then also a cell phone tower data information class.
I think Monica gave you the slow down sign.
She did.
Right?
I apologize.
All right, that's all right. All right. You got a lot of training. Why don't you tell us about the last thing you mentioned there, the training that you received on the cell phone tower location, interpretation and whatnot?
It was a basic course for investigators. Basically, they taught us how to read an analysis done by a certified individual to take cell phone records and plot them on a map, and then basically to understand how to read that information on a map. Also, how to do tower dumps, which is gaining all the information and locating phones within that a certain area that would be of interest in crimes.
Have you also received some in-house training or instruction on how to review, access, and interpret data that comes from cell phone downloads?
Yes.
And can you tell us a little bit about that?
Our department has Cellbrite. We had an evidence tech that would assist in basically reviewing downloads with me. It's a fairly user-friendly application. With various cases, she's instructed me how to use the program and where to look for things within that program.
As a result of that instruction that you received in-house, then are you confident enough to be able to at least look through cell phone data that's been downloaded and pinpoint the things of interest?
Yes.
Where were you assigned, or to what division were you assigned with the Marion Police Department on or about February 17th and 18th of 2024?
The Investigations Bureau.
Specifically, did you have an opportunity to become involved in the investigation of first a missing person, Melody Hoffman, and then Melody Hoffman's homicide?
Yes.
Can you tell us how it was you became involved in this investigation?
At the time, my boss, Lieutenant Ford, had called me off duty and notified us that we had a missing person, and also that Iowa County was out with a body that they had identified as Melody.
So you knew from your lieutenant that you had a missing person, but then you also had a body that was found out in Iowa County, and that Iowa County was on the scene there.
Correct.
Where did you proceed then?
I went directly to the Marion Police Department.
And was that on Sunday the 18th when you first became involved?
That's correct.
When you arrived at the Marion Police Department with regards to this investigation, can you tell us what initial steps you first took?
Initially, Special Agent Trent Valletta was on scene with from the Department of Division of Criminal Investigation with the Iowa Department of Public Safety. He briefed us on what they had found in Iowa County. Also, Megan's mother came to the police department by then to report Melody missing. We started looking for calls for service at their residence that were fairly recent.
And when you did look for calls for service at their residence that was recent, did you find or encounter a call for service involving Melody and Megan Hoffman and a threatening text message that was sent to Melody on or about January 7th, 2024?
I did.
And when you accessed that information, did you find that that investigation had been closed?
Yes.
And what was it closed with, it being resolved, or just leads exhausted, or what did it indicate?
The officer that responded, Officer Corey Ryan, he determined that it appeared the number came from a text now number. Patrol doesn't have access to find out where that number came from. I believe he offered some extra patrol and to block the number at the time.
So what's text now? So we just kind of know what that is.
It's an application you can put on your phone, and it takes phone numbers that are available, and then you can use that phone number for a time period.
Would it create then a temporary phone number to use?
Yes.
And through the Text Now app, does the message come through with that phone number?
Yes.
Okay. And at a later date in this investigation, were there some attempts to try to find out who made that phone number?
Yes, there was a search warrant sent to Text Now to discover who that individual was or where it came back to.
And to your knowledge, was there ever any information obtained as to who created that Text Now number?
No.
Was Text Now not able to provide that information?
I don't think they had a specific person that it came back to, if I recall correctly.
But in any event, that investigation had been closed.
That's correct.
Were you advised by Megan Hoffman as to who Melody may have potentially been with that night?
Yes.
And who were you advised that she had potentially been with that night?
Defendant, McKinley Louisma.
Did you gather some information about a vehicle that Mr. Louisma may have been operating that night?
Yes, we obtained a license plate from that call for service that Megan had provided Officer Ryan at the time. And then we performed a check through NCIC, which hosts all the license plates, driver's license names, who the vehicle would have came back to, who the registered owner was. And that was to the defendant.
What kind of vehicle was that found to be again?
It was a dark blue Honda Accord.
So you found through your records check that the defendant had a dark blue Honda Accord registered in his name under the license plate that was provided back on January 7th to Officer Ryan.
Correct.
And what did you do with that information?
Our department put out an attempt to locate within the metro area to stop and hold that vehicle so the defendant could be questioned.
I think we all kind of know the short word for that is ATL, right?
Correct.
Okay. What does that do, like when you put in an ATL? What does that accomplish?
It notifies local law enforcement that other agencies are looking for a particular vehicle or a particular subject with some minor descriptions of what the investigation is.
So would this attempt to locate then go through the system to other law enforcement agencies like the Lynn County Sheriff, the Cedar Rapids Police Department, Mount Vernon, those type of things?
It would have.
When was that attempt to locate first sent out?
It was approximately 7:20 that evening on the 18th.
Okay, 7:20 p.m. on February 18th?
Correct.
Initially, did you and other investigators have any information as to where Mr. Louisma would be living?
At the time, we just followed what NCIC indicated was on his driver's license or the registration to the vehicle.
Okay. And did you find that he was living at the address that was on the registration?
No.
So that lead kind of ended up dead then? Didn't lead anywhere, right?
Correct.
Okay. So initially, would you say you didn't have a lot of solid information on where Mr. Louisma was living?
That's correct.
As a result, did it take some time to find his vehicle?
Relatively no.
Relatively in terms of how long ATLs take to locate?
Correct.
Okay. But it did take a few hours, right?
Yes.
Okay. Where was the vehicle ultimately found?
The 4,000 block of Hummingbird Lane in Hiawatha.
Did you or other investigators know that Mr. Louisma was living in that area at the time?
We did not know.
And so that would have been a reason why you didn't find it earlier then?
Correct.
Okay. Approximately what time was the suspect vehicle located?
Approximately 2 a.m. on the 19th.
And what agency located that vehicle?
Cedar Rapids Police Department.
And did a sergeant with the Cedar Rapids Police Department then advise you all at Marion that they had found the suspect vehicle?
They did.
So now we're at 2 a.m. on February 19th, correct?
That's correct.
What was done with that vehicle when it was found?
I responded to the scene. Cedar Rapids was conducting surveillance in the area. They did not want to give up their position. I responded to where the car was at, contacted Darrow's Towing out of Hiawatha, who we normally contract with, to tow vehicles in investigations or accidents. I stayed there with the vehicle until Darrow's arrived on scene, loaded the vehicle, and transported it to the Marion Police Department and placed it into a Sally port where it was secured.
So when that vehicle was secured at the Marion Police Department, what did you do next?
After that morning, we applied for a search warrant on that vehicle.
And just so we're clear kind of on what takes place here, the vehicle was towed by Darrow's ultimately to the Marion Police Department.
That's correct.
And is that a process that you've been familiar with in the past?
Yes.
Okay. Is that a process that's utilized by your department and other departments in the area?
Yes.
And have you found that to be a process where this vehicle is towed to your Sally port, to your department, to be the most reasonable and safe way to secure the vehicle so there's no evidence lost or no other problems that may arise?
That's correct.
So you're confident that by the time you got the vehicle from the 4,000 block Hummingbird Lane to the Marion Police Department, there hadn't been any reasonable tampering with the vehicle at all?
That's correct.
What general observations did you first make of the vehicle when it arrived at the Marion Police Department?
That night, it was just placed into the Sally Port. Like I said, the next morning, we waited for a search warrant to be approved, and then we made our observations of the vehicle from the outside.
Did you do a walk around of the vehicle?
Yes,
And during that walk around of the vehicle, did you locate anything of interest, at least on the outside of the vehicle?
there was a small speck of blood near the keyhole in the trunk, just above the license plate.
Did you see this before or after Mr. Louisma was initially interviewed?
This was before we interviewed him.
So before Mr. Louisma ultimately ended up at the Marion Police Department, you had already seen the speck of blood in the vehicle?
Yes,
Were you in a position where you could see into the vehicle from the outside into the interior of the vehicle?
yes,
And when you did that, did you see within the passenger compartment of the vehicle, the front or the back seat, any kind of noticeable blood or body matter of any kind?
we did not see any blood or anything of that type.
Did you see any tissues or any clothes that were evident in that passenger area, front or back seat, that contained any kind of blood or other physical matter?
No,
Was Mr. Louisma initially advised by the Marion Police Department that his vehicle had been taken and towed?
he was not, no.
At the time it was taken and towed, did you know where he lived in that area?
No, I did not.
So all you knew is that his vehicle was found in 4,000 block of Hummingbird Lane in Hiawatha
That's correct.
at 2 a.m.
Correct.
How did you and the other investigators ultimately make contact with Mr. Louisma?
Mr. Louisma called the Marion Police Department wondering where his car was.
And when he called, did he talk to a dispatcher there or somebody in the office? Took a message?
He would have talked to dispatch initially.
And was that message then sent on to you or one of the other investigators?
It was sent on to Investigator Kedley, or Special Agent Kedley.
And who's, so we know, because we mentioned his name before, but who's Special Agent Kelly? What's his full name and who does he work for?
He works for the Department of Criminal Investigation, or Division of Criminal Investigation with Iowa Department of Public Safety. His first name is Ryan.
Okay. So have you and Special Agent Ryan Kelly worked on this case basically together?
Yes,
Is that something the Marion Police Department does pretty frequently?
yes,
So you'll team up with a DCI agent to investigate cases?
that's correct.
Who reached back out to Mr. Louisma?
Special Agent Kedley did.
And as a result of Special Agent Kelly reaching out to Mr. Louisma, did he come to the Marion Police Department?
He did.
Who conducted the interview with Mr. Louisma?
Myself and Special Agent Kedley.
Who would you say was kind of the lead person in that interview?
Special Agent Kedley.
Okay. And so Special Agent Kelly would ask and talk about, the interview that took place.
That's correct.
We'll talk to him a little later this week. What time did the defendant come to the Marion Police Department?
It was approximately 4:20 in the afternoon on the 19th.
So by February 19th at 4:20 p.m., he was at the Marion Police Department.
That's correct.
I want to jump ahead a bit to some witnesses that you ended up talking to in this case. Some of the names have been mentioned here already. First, did you speak to a person by the name of Patricia or Patty Bascom?
I did.
And who's she?
She is the maternal grandmother of Logan Kimpton.
So we had a witness here, I think it was yesterday, Nakia Slobodka. She referred to Patty as her Nana. So is that like the same person, Patty Bascom?
Yes.
Okay. And was she also, where was she living at the time?
4006 Hummingbird Lane.
Did you find out that she was living with Nakia Slobodka and the defendant?
Yes.
Overall, when you talked to Patty Bascom, did she have any direct knowledge about the homicide of Melody Hoffman?
No.
Did you speak with an Alan Carl? I think he's also been called Carl Allen, but Alan Carl?
Yes.
Okay. And who's he?
He's Patty's husband or significant other.
And he lived with Patty and Nakia, the defendant, too?
That's correct.
And Logan, I think, stayed there as well?
That's correct.
Okay. When you talked to him, did he have any direct knowledge about the homicide of Melody Hoffman?
He did not.
Did you speak to Taya Meyer?
I did.
Okay. And who's Taya Meyer?
She's a friend of defendant Van Patten's.
On what date did you speak to Taya Meyer?
I believe it was on the 20th of February.
Did you speak to her about a conversation that she had with Dakota Van Patten after Melody Hoffman had been kidnapped and killed on the 18th of February 2024?
Yes.
Did Taya Meyer talk to you about what Dakota Van Patten said to her in the early morning hours of February 18th, 2024, when he was dropped off at a residence by McKinley Louisma?
She did.
What did she tell you about what Dakota Van Patten said about who killed Melody Hoffman?
She expressed that Dakota had told her that Dakota and the defendant had killed Melody.
Did she have any other direct knowledge about the homicide of Melody Hoffman other than what Dakota Van Patten told her?
No.
Did you talk to Brandon Monson?
I did.
And who is he?
He's a roommate of Taya Myers, or a friend.
And we spoke with Brandon Monson already this trial, but when you talked to Brandon Monson, did he have any direct knowledge about the homicide of Melody Hoffman other than things that he said Logan Kimpton said?
That's the only thing that he noted.
And who is Shanta McMurrin?
Shantae McMurrin is one of Dakota Van Patten's friends, and I believe she's also friends with Logan Kimpton.
Did you find out that earlier in the evening Dakota Van Patten had been with is it Shantae? Shantae McMurrin?
Yes.
Okay. When you talked to her, did she have any direct knowledge about the homicide of Melody Hoffman?
No.
And what about Courtney Gleason?
She was an online girlfriend of Logan Kimpton's.
And did you talk to her?
I did.
Did she have any direct knowledge about the homicide of Melody Hoffman?
She did not.
And did you talk to Logan Kimpton?
I did.
Did Logan Kimpton admit to you to being directly involved in the kidnapping and homicide of Melody Hoffman?
No.
We won't get into that interview, but as a result of your investigation in this case, was Logan Kimpton also charged with a criminal offense?
Yes, he was.
What was he charged with?
Conspiracy to commit a forcible felony.
Did you speak with Dakota Van Patten?
I did.
And when did you interview Dakota Van Patten?
He would have been on February 19th as well.
So the same day that you all spoke to McKinley Louisma, you also spoke to Dakota Van Patten?
That's correct.
We heard some testimony earlier from, I think it was Detective Pope, that he made initial contact with Dakota Van Patten. There was a picture taken of an air pistol or something like that. And then he, after that, was that when he was driven to the Marion Police Department to talk to you all?
I don't recall that part.
Okay. Was he?
But
after
yes, he was picked up at his residence and then taken to the Marion Police Department.
Okay. You weren't involved with the air pistol stuff, just?
No.
Okay, gotcha. All right. But he came and talked to you that night as well?
He did.
When you interviewed him that day, did Dakota Van Patten admit to you that he was directly involved in the kidnapping and homicide of Melody Hoffman?
No, he did not.
As a result of your investigation in this case, was Dakota Van Patten also charged?
He was.
What was he charged with?
Murder in the first degree, kidnapping first degree, and conspiracy to commit a forcible felony.
Okay, Sergeant Peterson, shifting gears here for a minute. As part of the investigation into the events of February 17th and 18th of 2024, were there cell phone tower location records that were obtained and accessed for phones belonging to Melody Hoffman, McKinley Louisma, Logan Kimpton, and Dakota Van Patten?
There were.
Was that information put together into reports by agents of the Federal Bureau of Investigations?
That's correct.
And was that done in order to lay out, as you spoke about earlier, lay out maps that would demonstrate the location of the cell phones that were tracked by cell phone towers?
That's correct.
And did that cover the evening hours of February 17th into February 18th, 2024?
That's correct.
Okay, I'm going to present to you, if I can, Sergeant Peterson, State's Exhibit number 17A. This is a 27-page document, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you recognize the contents of this 27-page document?
I do.
Okay. Is this a fair and accurate copy of the report that was generated by the Federal Bureau of Investigations regarding cell phone tower location?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point in time, I'd like to make a record here with the defense that we've agreed to waive the presence of the agent himself who prepared this and have Detective Peterson testify about the contents. I believe the defense would agree with that.
That's correct. I don't have any objection to this exhibit.
And yes, we'd like to move into evidence.
Any objection to the receipt of Exhibit 17A?
No, Your Honor.
Exhibit 17A is admitted.
And we will ask to publish that and talk about the contents of this report.
17A is published.
We should probably get comfortable because this might take a while, right? We'll try to move through it in as an efficient manner as we can here, Detective Peterson. So we're on page 1 right now of this document here. This is the title of the report. Now, it says across the top draft, but is your understanding that this is not only the draft, but also the completed report?
That's correct.
Okay. And what are we seeing generally here on this, this page?
This is Special Agent Nathan Hops from the FBI. He's out of the FBI field office out of Omaha. It's showing that we have 4 different target phone numbers, color-coded, and then also the carriers for each of those phone numbers. So for dependents, Van Patten and Kimpton, they're with T-Mobile, and then they're color-coded in black and green. For Verizon, for dependent Louisma, it is in red, and then for Melody's phone, it is in purple with US Cellular.
So as we proceed through this report then, and when we see matters or markings on the report, in black, we know we're talking about Logan Kimpton's phone, right?
That's correct.
And then green is Dakota Van Patten, right?
That's correct.
And then red is McKinley Louisma, right?
That's correct.
And then purple?
Purple.
Purple is Melody Hoffman, right?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So we'll move on to the next page here. And is this just sort of a disclaimer type of thing they would put on these reports?
That's correct. When it comes with a draft, they put this disclaimer in. If it's an official copy, they would note that their information is peer reviewed. If I recall correctly, Special Agent actually had this peer reviewed before it was sent over to our police department.
So although this says that it's still pending peer review, this is the final draft. It's been peer reviewed, to your knowledge.
To my knowledge, that's correct.
Okay, we'll move on to the next page then. What does this tell us? You don't have to read it word for word, just kind of give us a general idea if you could.
Essentially, it's telling, it's just narrating that our department asked the FBI to do the CAST analysis, which is their acronym for their program, and then how they would enter the call details into their program based off the search warrants that come in with in an Excel file with all the call data, whether it be data, text, or voice, and then also it contains cell site locations provided by each carrier. Each cell site they update every so often, and then the conclusion is basically this is the product that they were able to produce with.
Hey, Laura.
Great, and this is available then at a later date if the jury wants to understand more
Hi,
about things like
friend.
methodology, cell site locations, right?
Correct.
Okay, move to the next page then. What do we have here?
So cell towers, we generally think as them of just regular cell phone towers that we see out in the middle of a cornfield. However, cell sites, as the term will be generally used by people that process this data, because a cell site can be anything really. It can be on a structure, it can be on a water tower, it can be made up as a cactus or a tree. So cell towers or cell sites can be anything that they can attach their radio frequency towers on.
So you could be under a cell tower at any given time, you don't know it.
Correct.
All right, go to the next page. Page 5 here for the record. What's this tell us?
So this kind of lays out how each cell site will work when a cell phone communicates with a cell tower. Each cell site is divided up into 3 different sectors, 120 degrees each, giving you 3 sectors. Whenever a phone is activated within that sector, so the phone is talking to that tower, it'll show on the right-hand side how that tower or that sector is activated within that tower.
Do you have a laser pointer in front of you?
I do.
So could you point down?
Work
on the
and
left
lurk
here to the
away,
sector
ma'am.
that
Work
reveals
and
the
lurk
southeast?
away.
Southeast?
Yeah.
There we go.
So when we see on these maps we're going to get to here in a bit, an indication of like a southeast indication like this, the triangle, does that indicate that the cell phone is hitting off a tower that's in the direction of that arrow?
Essentially, yes, it's within that sector. The cell phone is within that area of where the cell phone or cell site can reach.
And this is available too for the jury in case they wanted to try to understand the markings a little bit better.
That's correct.
Okay, page 6. Can you tell us about page 6?
This is just a sample of what each of the following maps will show. On the left-hand side there at the top under with the Google map is an activated sector for a certain cell phone site. Again, if the sector is activated, it will show up with this colored arc for that sector on that tower. And then on the right-hand side, you have a cell site location information box. Basically, it is one of the events within the cell or within the return. And that Excel spreadsheet I talked about earlier, it's going to have the cell site number, which is at the top of the box there, number 1, and then basically all your details of the event that it was recorded, whether it be text, data, voice, and then also if it's a voice call, it will document what phone number it called, if it's outgoing or incoming.
Okay, so when we look at these maps here, this gives us a legend or a table of contents of sorts, so we can look back and say, okay, here's a marking, this is the date, time, this is what's going on.
That's correct.
Okay. Go to page 7 then. What are we looking at here?
So this is timing advance. Essentially, this is a feature within 4G and 5G cell phones that your phone is basically a radio device that communicates with a cell phone that's also a computer. So when your phone communicates with a sector and it's on a 4G or 5G network, depending on the company, it times how far the signal takes to get to the phone and how far or how long it takes to get back. So they are able to determine approximately 160 meter arc on a map where that phone is at within that arc. It doesn't mean the phone is directly out in front of north like in this picture, but the phone is somewhere within that arc.
So, like you said, in this picture, it doesn't necessarily mean that phone is directly in the middle of your triangle there. It could be anywhere in the arc.
Correct.
Okay. All right, we'll move on to page 8.
So this is just an overview of T-Mobile's towers, using green for Van Patten. Also, green, I believe, is used with the towers itself are used for Logan Kimpton's. I'm not sure if they switched to black. But this is the overview of all the towers in the metro area that include all the way down to Lily Pond. And this is current as of January 2024. If you look up at the right-hand corner where it says legend, each of those boxes are relevant addresses. Most notably, if you go from top to bottom, the Hoffman residence on South 12th Street, and then 1440 Meadowview, which is very close. It's only about 2 blocks away in our jurisdiction. Then the blue eye is at the intersection of Edgewood and Highway 100. And then Morgan Creek is the red box, and then blue is Lily Pond down at the lower left corner by Amana.
So does this give us then an easy way to identify some of the key locations that we've heard about in this case by color code, the eye, the little home symbol
Yes.
there for Melody's home? Okay, we'll go on to page 9.
These are all the Verizon towers as of February 2024. Again, this is defendant Louisma's carrier. Most notably, there's a lot more towers centralized in the Cedar Rapids area, and also down near Amana, there's a few more.
So what we had just seen before with the green was the T-Mobile towers that were relevant to tracking the location of Logan Kimpton and Dakota Van Patten's phone. Now these are the cell phone towers that are going to be tracking the location of McKinley Louisma's phone.
That's correct.
Okay, we'll go on to page 10. What are we looking at here?
So, U.S. Cellular towers from February 2024. Again, purple is indicating this is Melody's phone. There's, again, a central location of towers downtown Cedar Rapids, and generally if there's more towers, it's because there's more data required on the carriers.
You said this was U.S. Cellular?
That's correct.
Okay, all right, we'll go on to page 11.
Page 11 is our first look at defendant Louisma's phone records from the evening of the 17th at approximately 6:24 up until midnight that night. They're only showing this one call. If you look at the call box there, it's an outgoing call at 6:24 p.m. This sector is showing the general area, or pointing towards the general area of the St. Luke's Hospital downtown.
So we had heard some testimony earlier in this case that Nakia Sloboda was down at St. Luke's Hospital for some complications, and that Mr. Louisma was down there for a time as well. So would this then, based upon your investigation, be consistent with his location at that time?
That's correct.
Okay. And that number, is that a number that he would have called, or that the user would have called from that phone?
The number on the far left would be the defendant's, and then the far right number is the phone number that was called.
Did that phone number have any relevance in this investigation?
Yes.
Okay.
Nakia Sloboda's phone number?
Okay. So that shows that he's calling Nakia Sloboda from that location.
That's correct.
Okay. Move on to page 12 here and tell us what we're looking at on page 12.
So on this one, it is from the morning of the 18th at midnight until 3 a.m. On the first call box, which is clear down on Highway 13, there's 2 data sessions that occur
Could you, I'm sorry, if you don't mind using your laser pointer so we kind of know
Yes, sir, I
what
don't
you're
have to
talking about
judge
and when, that would be super helpful. Thanks.
So this box right here.
Okay, good. So we're on 1. All right.
So there's 2 data sessions that occur at 1:18 a.m. and they're both at the same time, and they last until 7:18 a.m. till 30 seconds and 45 seconds respectively. It's a data session. I can't testify to what the phone was doing, but it was connected to the tower between those times.
To connect to a tower, would a phone need to be accessing something outside of the internal functions of the phone?
Not necessarily. Programs within your phone constantly talk to cell phone towers. You're constantly getting updates from social media. Your applications sometimes update automatically. Or if you're streaming items, there's items in a phone that's in the background you don't see that uses tower connections.
So we know what we're talking about here. This box number 1 here, where does that correlate to as a position on the map? Can you show us with your laser pointer?
It is up here in Marion.
Okay. So that shows that around 1:18 and 45 seconds a.m. that McKinley Louisma's cell phone was sitting off a cell phone tower up here in this area in Marion.
Yes.
Okay. And is that, are there any of our key locations in the legend that are close to that?
Yes, it'd be the Hoffman residence.
And then the other address of 1440 Meadowview Drive, Marion, do you remember why that's a key location that's marked?
When Megan came in the morning of Melody, to report Melody missing, she provided Life 360 screenshots of where Melody's phone was located, and there's a brief period of time where the phone, Melody's phone shows that she's at that address, approximately around that time.
So when these events are being identified, you testified earlier that it involved some function in the phone accessing the cell phone tower for some kind of reason.
For information.
Does that necessarily mean that everything that's done with the phone is going to pick up in a cell phone tower?
No,
It was just something inside the phone needed a cell phone tower in order to operate.
that's correct.
Like you said, the automatic updates, things like that.
Yeah, anything in the background or when a user's actively using a phone, it could be picked up with the cell service.
If you're making a call or something, we might get that though, because that might pop up in the data, right?
That's correct. Also, I should note that depending on the carrier, it depends on what information is saved. I know that Verizon keeps voice and data only when they keep their records.
By voice, you mean a phone call?
A phone call, yes.
And by data, you mean some use that would,
Some used by an application, internet, whatever it is.
okay. Then we think of data, we think we used to pay for data on our phone, and now we have these plans that are all data.
Correct.
But we used to have, when we were talking about data, we used to not necessarily have access to use, let's say, the internet, just anywhere, right?
Right.
Okay. But you could you still use things like your timer on your phone, your camera, things like that? That wouldn't necessarily appear.
That's correct.
Let's go to the number 2 entry here.
Number 2 entry, the box is just to the right, about the bottom of the page, and then this is the sector that's activated. That is pointing along Highway 151 towards the Walford and Fairfax area.
And that's picking up on a tower at about 3:04 a.m.
3 o'clock and 3 seconds, that's correct, to 3:04.
I'm sorry, yes, okay. Now, we just saw some testimony here and some video surveillance that showed that McKinley Louisma's vehicle was moving past, Edgewood Road all the way up to the north side of town around that time. So how would this cell phone tower hit be consistent with that?
Depending on where they're at within, if we had a picture further south, the phone would have been communicating with that tower as they're traveling north.
Could you point out Edgewood Road for us?
It's right here.
Okay. So that phone is still communicating with that tower in the Edgewood Road area around 3 o'clock a.m.
That's correct.
Are those the only 2 entries then for this page?
For this page, that's correct.
Okay. And this would just indicate then again, when a cell phone tower picks up that activity we talked about.
Yes.
Okay, move on to page 13.
Could you, number 1, I believe, is going to be our last number 2. Yes, it is. And this is just indicating that the number 2 cell site activated and data information is up here. And this is in the general vicinity of Bentley Drive and the direction of Linn-Mar High School, just to the north of the map. This call or data session occurred between 3:40:37 a.m. and 3:44:37 a.m.
And based upon your investigation in this case, was there any person of note who would live up in that Bentley area, Bentley Drive area?
Taya Meyer and Brand Monson.
Is this location tower information consistent with your investigation where Dakota Van Patten had indicated to Taya Meyer that he was dropped off by Mr. Louisma at a residence on about that time?
That'd be correct.
Move on to page 14. And let's start with, again, with 1. I don't know if you can see it or not on the big screen, but.
Number 1 is, there we go.
Oh yeah, if you just zoom, that'd be great. Yeah.
It appears number 1 is documenting our last number 2 again, so pointing back towards the direction of Taya Myers and Brandon Monson's residence. Then number 2, which is to the northwest of number 1 right here, that sector that's activated is pointed in the direction of Hummingbird Lane. All the events that were recorded appear to be data from approximately 4:19 a.m. to 7:53 a.m.
All those events are taking place in the area of Huntingburg Lane, approximately where Mr. Louisma resided at the time.
That's correct.
Okay, anything else on this exhibit?
Not
Or
on this page.
of
Not on this
exhibit?
page.
Okay. Now we're on page 15, so we're looking at green now, and that is Dakota Van Patten's phone.
That's correct. So again, we have multiple cell phone location records. Number 1 is directly south of Melody's residence. The sector is activated in that general direction, or within that general direction at 11:29, which is close to when Melody was picked up that evening. If you go across the page to number 2, right here, there's a data session at 11:45 and 12:05, and the sector that's activated is down in this corner, again pointing towards direction of Morgan Creek. If you scroll up slightly or zoom out, number 3 is just below sector 2, down in this location. And again, we have a data session at 12:22:50 a.m. Number 4 is back in the direction of Marion, and that is right here. That sector is pointing back towards the Hoffman residence while they're traveling back to Marion, which incorporates the Life 360 screenshots that we were provided. And those 2 data sessions were at 12:54 and 12:55 respectively.
Okay, so this page here, page 15 of the exhibit, then shows that Dakota Van Patten's cell phone is indicating activity first in the area of Melody Hoffman's house,
Correct. You're right here.
and then in the area of Morgan Creek.
On this
Park.
location.
And then again, staying in the Morgan Creek Park area, at least to the point of activity indicated around 12:22 a.m.
That's correct.
And then moving at that point in time to where the next indication activity is in that area of Marion there, closer to her house. And is that also kind of closer to the Meadowview address?
This actual tower is on Blairs Ferry Road, if anyone is familiar with the area, and the come and go at that intersection. Wilbert Vaults, if anyone's familiar with that location, there's a tower right there, and I believe that is the tower that it's pinging off of.
Now, these cell phone towers, do they always work in a way where you're going to necessarily ping off the closest tower?
No, your phone looks for the first connection it can get. It doesn't matter if you're the closest or the furthest away. If your phone is able to start communicating with the tower, it will stay communicating with the tower until it no longer needs to.
So you may be closer in physical distance to one tower, but if your phone in its own way just pops off another tower, that's the one it's going to connect to.
Correct.
Okay, moving on to page 16.
Number 1 is, where's my laser? This call box right here. Again, we have a data session at 1:29 in the morning. The sector is pointing back towards Highway 100 and actually along Edgewood Road. If you follow the road that goes.
Okay, you guys, we got to stop for a little bit of cafe time. A little bit of cafe time. I did not see your comment earlier, though, Donnie, about your working and accidentally sending Crime Cafe chat things into your feedback. Yeah, that's not good, ma'am. Not good at all. Hold on just a second. Let me go add this to the screen, though. Oh my God. Let me see. Okay, here's where I add it. Hold on, let me upload it here real quick. Lord have mercy. Here we go. Open. Now, for those of you that are like, what in the world are they talking about a pickle witch from Jimmy John's? This is the pickle witch from Jimmy John's. It's a sandwich, but instead of a hoagie bun, you get a big giant pickle. I would try it. It looks really good. Yeah. I'd say the only carbohydrates in that sandwich would be in the tomatoes? I don't even know. Are tomatoes carbohydrate-y? I know they're not really, but I mean, in the grand scheme of things, if you're looking at carbohydrates in vegetables, you got your corn and your peas and your carrots, and then what? You know? Would tomatoes fall in that same list category? Right, Laura? I mean, I don't know that I could eat a whole one, you know? Right, Billy? That's what I'm saying. I like pickles. I would take a few bites of it, but then I'd be like, okay, give me the bread. I need the bread. Just put some pickles on my sandwich, but I mean, I love a pickle with a sandwich, you know, or a burger. But that's a lot of pickle. Definitely, I mean, I would try it though. I just know that I would not be able to. I'd get about 3 bites, maybe 4, and I'd be like, okay, I'm done. Miss King says, if you do keto, I think tomatoes are carby. I figured that they might fall into the, you know, if anything on that sandwich is going to be a carbohydrate, it would be the tomato. I mean, not the cheese or the meat. Maybe the onion, depending on what kind of onion. But yeah. All right. Now, there you go. Burger King has fried pickles now, but I didn't think they were too good. Oh, wow. I love fried pickles. From Texas Roadhouse. Yum. Kylie's mom said, I'm not a brand and YouTube doesn't let me turn on gifts for some reason. It's disappointing, but not enough to start a new account. Shrugs. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is. Now, I know Miss King said the same thing. She didn't know she had a brand account. I think she said she didn't know she didn't know she had one. But yeah. I still want to try the pickled Dr. Pepper from Sonic. Ooh. They would have to hollow out the pickle Morgana in order for it to, you know, be sandwichy. But yeah, I'd say 3 or 4 bites and I'd be like, okay, I'm done. Can we put the bread back? Let's get the bread back on the sandwich. Okay. So I just wanted to stop and have a little cafe time and show you guys the Pickle Witch from Jimmy John's.
Goes up that way. That is Edgewood Road. Number 2, if we look all the way on the south side of town across from the East Iowa Airport, there's this sector that's activated pointing towards the Walford area. And this is a good demonstration or example of phone connecting to a further tower away than where the phone is actually at. It's connected at 145 and 147. And then number 3 in the lower left-hand corner is at 145 as well, but it's down near Walford, pointing towards the 151 direction.
Does this page show a path of travel of this cell phone consistent with what we previously saw on the past page? Meadowview Drive, and then proceeding to the Highway 100 Edgewood Road area, going south on 151.
That's correct. Yes.
And we'll go to page
Do
17.
that, Melinda. Yes, do that and let us know.
What do we see in page 17 here? Again, are you still on the
Let us
We are still
know.
on Van Patten's phone. Number 1 here is the same tower we just looked at on number 3, facing Walford. There's a data session at 2:05 in the morning. And then also number 2, to the left of Highway 151, just northwest of Lily Pond, there's 3 data sessions between 2:22 a.m. and 2:30 a.m.
And so does this show Dakota Van Patten's phone then continuing to move south on 151 down towards the Lily Pond area and arriving, at least the first data session indicates, around 2:22.
That'd be correct.
Okay, moving on to page 18. And are we still on Dakota Van Patten's?
We are still on Dakota Van Patten's phone. This time frame is from 2:45.
That's so
to
weird, Miss
3:30.
King, right? That's so
Number one,
weird. I don't know what that's
At 2:50 in
about.
the morning over here, the tower or sector that's activated is along Highway 30, pointing back towards the Walford and Lily Pond area. Number two is that same tower again, we've seen a couple times pop up at 2:53. And then the general direction, as the arrow shows, going back towards the Marion area. And right here is your number three activation, pointing towards.
I don't blame you. I
Orange Ferry
wouldn't want
the
to
west
either.
And Highway 100, and that's at 3:13 in the morning.
It's not worth it.
So this page may be a good example of how a cell phone wouldn't necessarily hit off the closest tower.
Yes, I would say so with, especially with number one.
Because number one, the hit's at 250. Number two, the ping is at 253. So could that indicate just the cell phone picking up whatever tower was close?
Whatever tower the phone connected with first.
And to be fair, could it also indicate maybe stopping and going back for a moment too?
Could.
We just don't know that for sure.
That's correct.
But generally, was the phone moving in that north east area back and through Cedar Rapids, where ultimately the next data event was up there off of, is that Blair's Ray Road, that area up there?
Blair's Ferry is right here, actually, along this, sorry, a little bouncy pen.
We just saw some surveillance from a Quick Star at 1001 Blair's Ferry Road. Are you familiar with that Quick Star?
I am.
Okay. And in that surveillance, the times were around that 3 o'clock hour in this general vicinity. So is that consistent with hitting pinging off a tower in the area where that Quick Star is?
Yes.
Okay. All right, we'll move on to page 19.
Council, this is actually going to be our time that we're going to take our afternoon break.
Okay.
So we're going to go ahead and be in recess for about 15 minutes. Jurors, please remember the admonition, and we'll see you back here shortly.
All right. Wee. Do they not take it off the screen? I guess they leave it there. I don't know how long their break is, but they don't change the screen out like they normally do, like to the clock or the fan or whatever. So I'm going to have to just slowly skip through till we get some audio. Let's go. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, now it's doing the loady, loaderson thing. Okay, here we go. What was that spinning around? Table laptop, is that what that says? Trial laptop 1. That's weird. Whee! Okay, let's get past that. That makes me a little bit seasick-ish. Ooh, it gives me the creepies. Ugh. Okay, now we have a clock. They're giving us all the things. All right. Judge is coming up.
Sergeant Peterson, you're still under oath, and Mr. Maybanks, you can continue your direct examination. Can we dim boards?
Okay, Sergeant Peterson, I think we were in the midst of, or maybe, I think we were just beginning to discuss maybe page 18, is that right? Or have we done yet?
We finished.
Okay, well then we'll move on to page 19. And so that was it for now, for the records, cell phone tower records of Dakota Van Patten.
Wow, Miss
That's
King.
correct.
Okay, so now, if I recall right, our purple phone here is the phone of Melody Hoffman, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, so let's just continue here to do the same thing we've been doing, and start, if we would, utilize your
Yeah,
information pointer
maybe.
for us, with the first entry and kind of go from there. So
No
tell us
good.
about number one.
You'll notice a difference in the sectors that are activated. It has the real-time data arcs in them, so the phone falls in within those arcs. Like I said, depending on the service carrier and the data that is saved, the provider will give you this distance that's calculated by the real-time data. Drawing our attention to number 1 in the upper right, or kind of the center here, shows that there's 24 events between 11:01 p.m. and 11:29 p.m. on the 17th. Looks like there's at least 5 outgoing text messages and 5 incoming text messages from that time frame. Each of those arcs, again, show where that phone would have been in one of those events. If we go over to number 2, which is...
Hang on a second, just so
Yes.
we can understand. And you may have mentioned, I apologize, but within that arc there, is that Melody Hoffman's residence?
Yes, it is.
And so just asking a couple of questions about number 1 there. These events appear to go to the last one being 11:29 p.m., is that right?
That's correct.
And so we previously received some testimony in this case and exhibits involving text message exchange between Megan Hoffman and Melody Hoffman when she left the residence. I think it was 11:24 or so. When she was
Approximately.
So would that be consistent with those messages?
It would be.
And if there were any other messages, and those messages would be deleted from the phone, we just wouldn't know, right?
Correct.
All right, so you can go ahead and move to number 2 now.
Number 2 is on the upper left-hand corner of the page. The tower appears to be in the Cedar Rapids area. That arc is intersecting Highway 100 there, right here, and then also Edgewood Road. The time for this event, it doesn't say whether it's data or a call, just that this event was logged at 11:37 and 59 seconds p.m.
Okay, so this data event then at 11:37 in this arc, does that indicate a movement then to the west from Melody Hoffman's residence along perhaps Highway 100 there?
That's correct.
And this kind of I don't know if this is the first time, but we see the eye in the box there where her phone was ultimately found, right?
Correct.
So that's an indication of potentially later in the night where her phone was found.
That's correct.
Is the Highway 100, based on your knowledge of this area, a route that could easily be taken to the Morgan Creek area?
Yes.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead and go on to number 3 then?
Morgan Creek, if you follow Edgewood Road south and then west along E Avenue, or the other route that could be taken is Highway 100 around to the edge and to Morgan Creek.
And so what do we see happening here in number 3?
Number 3 indicates there's 15 different events that occur from 11:44 p.m. to 11:58 p.m. The majority of the events, those arcs land within Morgan Creek, where in that parking lot where the Life 360 location from Megan that was provided, it falls within that area.
And does the 15 events, does that include the incoming and outgoing text messages?
I can't say one way or another. I believe so. It'd be 5 and 5 and then another 5 events.
So 5 data events of the type that we discussed earlier where we can't necessarily be sure what's happening with the phone, but then some text messages.
Correct.
Okay. And if those text messages weren't deleted from the phone, you would assume that those would be accessible from them.
That'd be correct.
All right, I think that's it for page 19, so we can move on to page 20 here. And are we still looking at Melody Hoffman's phone in the purple?
We are still looking at her phone. This is from 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. Again, we're starting back down at Morgan Creek in this area. Both of those sectors are activated along with another tower facing in that direction. I'll just note that for these sectors as well, as you can see up in number 3 here, that arc is way outside the line of the activated sector. So when you're looking at the sector, just kind of visualize those lines going out even further than what the map shows. The phone's within that distance, and number 3 is a good demonstration of that, or a display of the phone's within that sector, but it's further away than those lines. Going back to number 2, or actually number 1 here, these events occurred from 12:03 to 12:33 on the morning of the 18th, and it just says 13 events and 2 network signaling events. And if we jump to number 2, down here, there's no indication of what those events were, but however, the phone communicated with that tower and provided that real-time data between 12:13 and 12:20 a.m. on the 18th.
Now, is this area here where number 1 is seen on this page? We've all already discussed that Morgan Creek Park is in that area, but are you familiar with Cherry Hill Park?
I am.
Is that also located in the vicinity of number 1 and number 2?
Cherry Hill Park is actually this little green square down here.
And so explain to us again here, just in case maybe somebody doesn't get it, but these arcs of different shape, is that where the phone actually is, or is the phone anywhere in between the corner of the triangle and those arcs?
It is, the phone is in the arc itself. It can be anywhere, so using number 3 as a clean example, anywhere from the top to the bottom of that arc. The phone is within that area.
All right. And so does the same apply to 1 and 2 where we see the arcs?
That's correct.
The events? Okay. All right. Did we talk about number 2 yet?
Briefly,
Okay. And so does number 2 show then events beginning at 12:13 and then another event at 12:20?
that's correct.
Okay. So moving from number 2 then, where do we see cell phone tower location activity again?
The third event that was recorded, or third cell site location event is up here along Edgewood Road and Highway 100 with that sector, or with that activated sector, and then the real-time data. Again, the phone would be within that arc. I would note that it would either be Edgewood Road or Highway 100. That's where the phone would be located. And the time of that is at 12:41.
So does this indicate that Melody Hoffman's phone is then moving first generally north and then east from Morgan Creek and Cherry Hill along either Highway 100 or Edgewood Road?
That's correct.
Okay, so what do we see next in number 4?
Number 4, back to Hoffman residence and the Meadowview area. This is documented at 12:49 to 12:59 in the area. Again, multiple sectors are activated within this tower location. Most notably, I would say to the right, on the right-hand side, where 1440 Meadowview is, and then also leading back north into town on South 15th Street or East Post Road.
Okay, so from 12:49 to 12:59 a.m., we've got events that are occurring in the area of Meadowview Drive and Melody Hoffman's residence.
That's correct.
And in this investigation, again, is the Meadowview Drive area consistent with where information and investigation shows that Melody's phone was located when Megan Hoffman was talking with her Snapchat account?
Yes.
All right, we move on to page 21. And if we could start with number 1 again.
Number 1 is back at the Hoffman residence down here along Highway 100. It appears that this number 1 data session, or I would say information session, was between 1:01 and 1:17 a.m. Again, those activated sectors are towards Meadowview and then also along South 15th or South 11th and East Post Road. East Post turns into South 11th and Marion at Grand Avenue.
Does number 1 show Melody Hoffman's phone still in the area where we kind of left off in the last page near Meadowview and also near her residence?
Yes.
Where is Hannah Park in relation to this?
Hannah Park, if you could actually zoom in on the left-hand side of number 1, it's right in this general area.
Could you show us again?
I'm sorry, it's this general area back in here.
So at that point in time, Melody Hoffman's phone is not very far from Hannah Park.
No.
Okay. It looks like on number 1, the last event was at 1:17 a.m.
If you could zoom out, I could confirm. That's correct.
Okay. And in this investigation, did you uncover evidence that Melody Hoffman's Life 360 app location was turned off at approximately 1:17 a.m.?
That's correct.
But if an app is accessed for that purpose and a location is turned off, that doesn't affect the cell phone tower?
No, it does not.
You can still pick up the cell phone tower
That's correct.
location. Okay. Moving on to number 2.
Number 2 is downtown Marion area, and I believe actually this is connected to our Fire Station 3. There's a large tower there with multiple cell site radio frequency antenna attached to it. This just shows that it appears that they moved north to the center of town of Marion, and then it would indicate that they moved to the west after moving or traveling northbound in the center of town. And the timestamps that were documented with this information was from 1:17 to 1:21.
Does this area here at number 2, do these loops indicate intersection and all along a certain street or thoroughfare? Do you understand my question that I didn't do well on there?
Yeah, so this, all 3 of the activated sectors incorporate 7th Avenue or Marion Boulevard. On the southern portion of number 2, it also incorporate South 11th Street and turns into 11th Street at First Avenue. South 11th Street actually now dead ends into our Uptown Square.
Is that consistent with the path of travel then through the center of Marion there, and then on to 151?
Onto Highway 100 after that, yes.
Yes, okay. On to number 3 then.
Number 3, again, you have 2 arcs, 2 events, nothing specified within the return, but they're at 125 and 126, presumably moving west towards the tower.
Does the location information in arc number 3 indicate a path of travel consistent with Melody's phone moving along Highway 100?
At that point, the Life 360 had been shut off, but yes, to answer your question, yes, it would be consistent in moving along that way.
So moving on to arc number 4 then, what do we see there?
The sector that's activated is pointing towards Edgewood Road again. Again, that arc incorporates Edgewood Road. The phone would be within that arc, which Edgewood falls in that area. And that was at 1:30 in the morning. So we're approximately 4 minutes away from cell site location 3.
Does the arc in number 4 indicate a path of travel of Melody Hoffman's phone then south on Edgewood Road?
Yes.
Moving on to page 22. This particular area on page 22 looks like it's focused out quite a bit more.
Yes, this is a zoomed out view of the metro area. Number 1, which is, it's close to the Edgewood Road, it appears. I would indicate that the river runs through here, then Edgewood, there's a bridge in that general area. So number 1, there are time events from 1:30 to 1:32. And then number 2, again, is pointing towards the south along Highway 151. And I believe Edgewood Road actually intersects in that general area where that sector is activated. That time is at 1:39, again, indicating that they're traveling south with the time difference. Number 3 is at 2:04 in the Walford area. The arc is, again, incorporating Highway 151 and another approximately 5 minutes away from our last activation from the last cell site. And then lastly, number 4 is from 2:06 to 2:35, and there's a total of 18 different events that are logged, and along with 2 network signaling events. If you look on the right-hand side of this page, this is a blown-up view of number 4 down here. The majority of the events are occurring within that band of Lily Pond and Highway 151, either returning or going to the area.
Now, in reference to arc number 4, that's blown up on the right side of page 22 of this exhibit, is there any way to tell what time an event is happening in any of these looped arcs? I don't know what to call them. Let's call them loops, I guess.
Each arch is an event. When the analysis is completed with the program, each arch would have been entered individually. This is just a composite of each one. Those could be separated out into each location for each individual arches that are displayed.
So, for example, hypothetically speaking, if Melody Hoffman's phone is moving into the area of Lily Pond that's shown here, right?
Yes.
And then moving back out, these loops could represent an event either on the way in or the way out. We don't know for sure.
Correct. If there was a time lapse of each of those events, it would indicate what an in and out, what time those arches were recorded.
But in any event, there's events that start on her phone at 2:06 a.m. within ARC 4, and then last one is 2:35.
That's correct.
Move on to page 23. With respect to page 23, then, it looks like ARC 1 refers to 2:35 a.m., so you can just tell us what's going on there.
Correct. It's at 2:35 a.m., and as you'll see, the arch is way out by 151, incorporating traveling past Amana. And then number 2 is at 2:46 to 2:50. Again, like we just discussed, if we took these individual arches and did a time lapse, they would show each location as they traveled northbound, getting closer to the tower. And then number 3 is back up, pointing towards the intersection where the river goes by and Edgewood Road. Again, that arc incorporates Edgewood Road, crossing approximately where the bridge is at. Lastly, number 4, this is a larger time span from 3:10 in the morning till 5 o'clock in the morning. There's a variety of different events that occur. You can see there's 29 network signalings, 72 other, looks like events, 1 outgoing call, 20 incoming calls, 7 incoming text messages, and 7 outgoing text messages. If you look to the right here on the screen, number 4, those arcs that have the real-time data also incorporate where Melody's phone was found on Highway 100 in Edgewood on the off-ramp from Edgewood Road.
So as we look at arc number 4, a couple of questions. First, I guess an obvious one, is this also in the same area where we see in the legend the blue square with the eye inside of it?
Yes,
And that's indication of where Melody Hoffman's phone was ultimately found by Megan Hoffman.
that's correct.
And these number of events here in ARC 4, beginning at approximately 3:10 a.m., is that consistent with other information in this investigation, like the crash detect
Yes,
message that was sent?
Yes.
Right? The incoming call to the phone by 911?
yes,
And then testimony that after her phone was in that area, there were several calls and texts made to her.
that's correct.
Okay, page 24.
So this is Logan Kimpton's cell phone record or cell site information. This is earlier on the 17th between 8:53 p.m. and 9:03. As you can see, there's 2 main towers that have been activated with multiple calls and texts within cell site 1, pointing in this general direction, and cell site 2. There's, looks like, it doesn't say specifically what the event was besides signaling. I can't testify to what signaling means by T-Mobile, but again, it's providing that real-time data using the phone's location and timing the time the signal takes to get to the tower and back. So the phone is within that, somewhere within that arch on all those calls.
Are you familiar with the areas inside ARCs 1 and 2 here that indicate cell phone tower location activity for Logan Kimpton?
Yes,
And based on your investigation, is there any person that lives in that area connected to this investigation?
Shantae McMurrin and Sean McMurrin live in that area.
And so based on you said you interviewed her earlier, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And is this the area where Shantae McMurrin lives?
Yes,
So is this consistent with Logan Kimpton being in the vicinity of Shantae McMurrin's house at least?
that's correct.
Okay, moving on to page 25. You can go ahead and start with 1 again.
Number 1, let's see, the cell site information box is over here. However, tower number 1 is in the center of the map here, and it appears there's at least 1 activation of the sector pointing towards the 380 area or Hiawatha. And that is, this time frame is at 11:25 p.m. and 11:25:15 and 11:25:25. So within a 10-second time period, there's multiple signals going out. And after that, this is another good demonstration of a phone picking up on different towers and not moving anywhere. Number 2, if you go to 11:25, it's got multiple events there, and the arches start in this general area, again intersecting where Hummingbird Lane is at in Hiawatha. 3 is the same thing. It's just an arch further out as you, let's see, be this line right here. And that's at 11:25 as well. And number 4, even further south of the river, that sector is activated, and this large arch incorporates that general area as well. And number 5, which is the top right box up here, was at 11:26. So within a little over a minute, there's all these events, but there's multiple towers picking up Mr. Kimpton's phone during that time frame.
On this page, a lot of these arcs here from either 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 have these loops that intersect in kind of the same general area. You see that?
That's correct.
And based upon your investigation, your knowledge of that area, what's in that area?
Hummingbird Lane, 1406, or 4006 Hummingbird Lane.
Is this consistent with basically showing that Logan Kimpton remained in that area around 11:30 area, just doing a lot of stuff on his phone, or his phone's doing a lot of stuff?
Correct, he's in that general area for that time frame.
And that's where he lived at this time?
That's correct.
Moving on to page 26. What do we see in page 26?
This is just a single activation, or actually there's 2 events that occur here at 2:01 in the morning and 2:51, and they are both within that range, and Hummingbird Lane is actually right over in this general area.
Okay, moving on to page 27. Is this the end of the report?
It is.
Okay. All right, we'll be back on the monitor here in a sec, but I wanted to ask you a few questions. I want to discuss an item of property that was recovered in this case. The paracord or the rope that was recovered from McKinley Louisma's, the trunk of his vehicle. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I do.
And there's been some testimony about that already in this case. Did you have an opportunity to examine that rope?
I viewed it after it was discovered in the car, and then it was sent to the DCI lab to be tested for, I believe, DNA, and then also measure the rope.
Was that rope one of the first things to be sent to be tested?
Yes, it was.
And after that rope was sent to the DCI lab to be tested, was it retrieved and brought back to the Marine Police Department for some further examination?
It was.
Did you become privy to the results of the DNA testing on that rope?
I believe I have the report.
And have you reviewed that report?
I have in the past.
Okay. And just generally, was that rope then confirmed to have the DNA of Melody Hoffman on it?
It did.
Through your investigation in this case, then having the rope that was recovered from McKinley Louisma's, the trunk of his car, and then the DNA results that showed that Melody Hoffman's DNA was on the rope, did you perform some more examination of it?
Of that rope, no.
Okay. What kind of examination did you conduct?
There was another rope that was recovered from Defendant Van Patten's residence. We ended up measuring that rope itself to see how long that rope was compared to the rope that was found in the trunk of the defendant's car.
Okay, all right. And what kind of examination did you do with that?
We measured it
Okay, all right. Why'd you do that?
to see how long the total length of the rope would be.
I'd like to present to the witness State's Exhibit 17B through 17N. Is that up there?
Yes, it
Dr.
is.
Pearson?
Yes,
Okay, and we're flipping through it right now. Do you recognize 17B through 17N?
I do.
And what is contained in the pictures in 17B and 17N?
It's the rope that was recovered from Defendant Van Patten's residence.
Is that fair and accurate copy of or depiction of that rope?
Yes.
Move to enter State's Exhibit 17B through 17N.
Any objection to Exhibit 17B through 17N?
No objection.
Exhibit 17B through 17N are admitted.
Permission to publish when the court's able to do that, Your Honor.
Publishing now.
Okay, Sergeant Peterson, we'll just go through these exhibits here. What do we see in State's Exhibit 17B?
This is the rope that was recovered at Defendant Van Patten's residence, along with the evidence bag that it was in.
All right, 17C, what are we looking at here?
We're looking at one end of the paracord, or the rope, of that same rope that was in the previous exhibit.
And then 17D.
It's just a close-up of the same end.
Why did you take a picture of this?
To show how the rope was cut and if it would be comparable to the other ends of the rope that were recovered out of the defendant's vehicle.
Okay. 17E, what are we seeing here?
It's just another close-up picture, but directly at the end of the rope from the previous picture.
And then 17F, what's that?
Just another angle of the rope.
And what are we looking at in 17G?
This is the other end of the rope where it's likely the manufacturer's cut off where it was melted.
So this is the natural end of that rope that you recovered from Dakota Van Patten's residence?
Yes,
So what you saw here is that the rope had been cut off?
Correct.
At some point in time, all right. So 17, let's go to 17H. What do we see there?
this is a comparison of both ends of the rope.
What are you intending to depict in this photograph?
The picture on the rope on the top side of the picture appears to be cut with something else. And then the bottom one appears to be seared off.
17I, what are we looking at here?
Us starting to measure the end of the rope using, I would call the manufactured end.
So this is where you started your measurement then at the natural kind of seared off end of the rope,
Correct.
right? And 17J, what's that?
A better location of the zeroing of the location of the start of the rope.
Great, and then 17K, what are we looking at there?
This is, at the police department, we stretched out the rope using a measuring tape. We just left it rest there. We didn't pull it tight for this picture.
Okay, 17L.
includes the entire rope.
So this shows the measuring tape then laid against the entirety of the rope that was recovered in the basement of Dakota Van Patten's residence.
That's correct.
Okay, 17M. What do we see here?
That is the frayed end of the rope at approximately 36 feet and 1 inch.
So as a result of your investigation here, did you find that the length of the rope that was recovered in Dakota Van Patten's basement was 36 feet, approximately 1 inch?
Yes.
And who did examination of the rope that was recovered in the trunk of McKinley Louisma's vehicle and sent to the DCI and sent back?
That would have been the DCI laboratory.
At this point in time, are you privy to the measurements they made of that?
Yes.
Okay. What did they find to be the measurement of that rope?
There's two sections of it. One was, I believe, 14 and a quarter inch, and the other one was 97 and a half inches.
14 and a quarter, what was the other one?
97 and a half.
So we have sections 14 and a half inches and 97 and a half inches for the paracord that was recovered in McKinley Louisma's trunk, and then 36 inches, 36 feet 1 inch
Correct.
for the rope that you measured that was recovered in Dakota Van Patten's basement.
That's correct.
All right. What was the purpose of this endeavor?
I was off duty, and I noticed at Menards that there was a similar rope in a rope bin. Just walked by, and I noticed that the packaging stated that the rope was, it was the same color, same diameter, and it was 50 feet long.
And so when you realized that there was one for sale at Menards that was pretty much identical to this for 50 feet long, what were you thinking in terms of what you might be able to show here?
That this is the same type of rope that was used to murder Melody.
I want to present to you States Exhibits 17T and 17U, which have not been admitted into evidence yet. Oh, do we have one more? I'm sorry, we have one more, I think. Let's do 17N first.
This is just a close-up of the final measurement.
Great. Okay, now we'd like to present to you States Exhibits 17T and 17U. You see that?
Not yet. Now I do.
Okay. There's T and there's U. You see that?
I do.
Okay. What's depicted in States Exhibits 17T and 17U?
17T is consistent as a picture of the rope in the bin at Menards, and then 17U is the backside of the rope that includes the SKU number or the barcode on the back of it.
Was there another section of rope that was observed and noted in this case that was not collected as evidence at Dakota Van Patten's residence?
There was.
What was that?
It was the same color rope, but used as a door handle that did not have a doorknob inside the door.
And I believe we have a picture that's already in evidence of that. It states Exhibit number 13S. Just one second. Can you see that?
Okay.
Can we display that again, Your Honor? Is this the other section of rope that you observed at, well, that was noted and observed at Dakota Van Patten's residence as acting as sort of a makeshift door handle?
Yes.
And I think there was testimony earlier, this is actually the front door of the residence, is that right?
I can't recall.
So overall, Sergeant Peterson, how did the measurement of the rope that was obtained from the trunk of McKinley Louisma's vehicle and the rope found in the basement of Dakota Van Patten's residence compare to the rope you found at Menards?
Those two ropes were, or the three rope sections were consistent with the rope I found at Menards.
Just being reminded that I don't think we've actually offered 17T and 17U, so we'd like to offer that in evidence.
Any objection to 17T and 17U?
No, Your Honor.
17T and 17U are admitted.
We'll go ahead and publish those, Your Honor. Okay, does this show 17T, the rope that you found at Menards?
That's correct.
And 17U, what's depicted there?
That is the barcode and the SKU number that's attached to a barcode.
Sergeant Peterson, you were present when McKinley Louisma was interviewed at the Marion Police Department on February 19th, right?
I was.
And although you weren't the lead in that interview, were you paying attention to some of the things that he was talking about?
Yes.
And do you recall, as part of the search warrant executed in the vehicle of McKinley Louisma's vehicle, that a receipt was found in the trunk to Menards?
Yes, there was.
And do you recall when Mr. Louisma was asked about that receipt?
I don't recall right now.
You recall right now?
No.
Did Mr. Louisma, to your recollection, indicate going to Menards at any point in time?
No.
Described? As part of this investigation, we already had Detective Rowe testify that Mr. Louisma had been at Walmart on the night of February 18th of 2024, right?
Right.
And as part of this investigation, did you review that information from Walmart?
Yes.
Did you find that Mr. Louisma also had went to Walmart on a previous occasion to that trip with the other two gentlemen?
Yes.
And what other occasion or when?
On February 14th?
And on February 14th of 2024, do you remember what the investigation showed that he purchased at that time?
A machete?
Was there evidence in this case also uncovered that Mr. Louisma went to Walmart and purchased something else on February 18th?
Yes.
And that would, I think it was 17th, I'm sorry, I meant to say 17th. Earlier in the day?
Yes, it was a door lock.
Is that the type of door lock that you can install, like in the door we saw in States Exhibit 13S?
It's possible.
Shifting gears here just for a moment, we got a couple more minutes. Was the defendant's phone also seized in this case and examined?
It was.
And can you tell us just kind of generally how the defendant's phone was seized and examined?
I believe the phone was seized from Nakia when McKinley walked to the police department. He had given up his phone prior to walking in. And the officers that had stopped Nakia, and I believe Patty and Carl, after he got a ride to the police department, they seized the phone at that point.
So Nakia told us about dropping him off and then leaving and getting pulled over or stopped at some time.
Yes.
Was that when the officers made contact with her and just basically said, we're going to need that phone?
That's correct.
So Mr. Louisma had left it with her, but you guys got it.
That's correct.
All right. Can you explain the process of forensics examination that was done with this phone?
Yes. When we seize a phone, there's the option of an airplane mode on your phone. It's either on iPhones, you can swipe down, and it's one of the first icons on the left-hand side, or like on a Google phone, it's on the top bar. We place the phone in airplane mode, so it no longer has communication with any towers, and then we will take that phone to someone that is certified to download the phone, essentially make a digital copy of the phone, including all the background data or metadata.
What's background data and metadata?
It's stuff that you wouldn't see as you're using your app. It would be stuff like logging times that pictures are taken, possible locations, that type of thing.
Internet searches?
Internet searches and browsing history that is on the back end.
Photos?
Photos, yes.
Or information on when photos might be accessed in the phone?
Correct.
So when that information is obtained through the download and the digital copy is made, how is that then gathered and formulated into a readable format?
There's different programs that can analyze all the information. They take all the data and make it into categories that's easy for the user to go through and manipulate the information based on either location, text messages, pictures. There's a variety of different, I'd say, categories that the program does it itself for you, so it's easy to find information you're looking for.
Was that done with McKinley Louisma's phone?
It was.
And were you able to access this digital copy in a readable format and then attempt to identify information that may be relevant to your investigation?
Yes. Officer Jeff Holst with the Cedar Rapids Police Department gave me a partial download, and it was from February 17th to the 19th of this year.
And so as a result of Investigator Holst providing you this digital copy in readable format of information in the phone from February 17th to 19th of 2024, were you able to then to go through and identify some information?
It was.
Did you tag or identify the items of interest that you wanted to take a closer look at?
I did.
And were those items of interest then compiled themselves into a readable format into what's called a tag report?
Yes.
And this phone tag report from the download of cell phones, is that a record that's generated and kept in the regular course of business activity at the Marion Police Department? I just briefly would like to present to the witness States Exhibit number 17V. You see that?
I can.
Are you familiar with States Exhibit number 17V?
I am.
What is this?
This is my tag report that I created.
So is this the tag report from defendant Louisma's phone that was generated through that download process, where you identified the items of interest, created the report and then put it into a readable format to keep as a record in the regular course of business at Marion Police Department.
Yes.
Move to enter state 17V, Your Honor.
Any objection to 17V?
May I have just a moment? No objection.
Exhibit 17V is admitted.
Your Honor, I could approach, but I think you know what I'm going to approach about.
Looks like it's about that type of day.
Yes.
All right, folks, it's right at 4:30, 4:29. So we're going to go ahead and recess for the day. We'll be back at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Have a good evening. Remember the admonition, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.
Hey, Renee, just in time for us to end. I'm sorry to hear that your kid's sick again. I'm so sorry. She says, hi, friends. Sigh. My son, who was sick with COVID, got some more illness, and we've been in and out of the doctor's offices. Well, my kiddo, the one that's been sick too, she had to be, I don't know if you were here. I don't remember if you were here then or not. She wound up with pneumonia and had to go in the hospital for 3 days. So she got out Friday. Today was her first day back to school. So me and you can go sit in a boat together. We're in the same boat. Okay, sorry, there was some things popping up about Karen Reed. I don't know. Catch you up on this case. So all we've seen today is the basically a lot of like surveillance videos, CCTV footage of them in their vehicle, photos of inside the home, some of the different weapons, the rope, a lot of that kind of stuff. Just a lot of evidence-y things for the most part. So the mom finished up her testimony. So that was pretty good. But we're doing a speed watch. I think in real time they're on day 7. So we're on days 2 after lunch and 3. We finished day 3. And we're watching it on 1.25 so we can kind of skim through it quicker. And then we're going to try to get caught up as much as we can. And then Friday, the trial for Lake and Riley, the nursing student that was murdered. Her trial, the trial for her attacker supposed to start on Friday, but I think it's supposed to be a bench trial, so no jury, but we should still be able to see things. But anyway, yeah, that's it for today. I'm going to scooch on out of here. Kiddo will be home off the bus in a little bit. I'm not sure if her daddy will be home in time to get her off the bus, so I'm going to go get her off the bus in a little bit, and we'll be back tomorrow morning with day 4 of this same trial. Okay? Thank you guys for joining me today. I appreciate it. Thanks to those of you that, oh my goodness, so loud and obnoxious. So loud. I'm sorry, Margaret. Margaret's going to come in here and say, my ears. You too, Cherie. Thank you. I appreciate that. But you guys have a great rest of your night. I hope that the weather's good where you're at. Yeah. I hope the weather's good. And I'll see you guys back tomorrow morning. Make sure to give this video a thumbs up before you leave. Hashtag replay in the comment section down below. Let me know if you watched it on the replay. Is it raining? It's raining. It's pouring. The old man is snoring. Ugh. It's been gloomy out all day, but yeah, like and subscribe, all those things. Thank you to Donnie for the gifted membership. QB will be so happy. And thank you also for the membership milestone chats. I love those. Those are so cool. Hey, Chaloon. Hi, honey. Aw, I'm leaving. Have you been lurking and working? Have you been lurky Lou today, Chaloon? Or are you literally just getting here? Yeah, we're leaving, Renee. Sorry, Chaloon. I'm so sorry. Yeah. Replay. We'll be back tomorrow morning, though. Okay? Okay, friends. All right. You guys have a fantastic rest of your day, and I will see you tomorrow morning. All right? Bye.